Damn, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Now, that's some fraud. All right, I got it.
You can you can't say that one.
Yeah.
We all got it? We all got it?
No, I'll
You
just
got
tell you.
really mad there, didn't you?
No, I'll tell you. If you come in here and tell me that Shador's completion percentage...
I think you did. I
did. Yeah. Well, we got the first 3 out of there.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Football Friday. Happy F-Off Friday. You get an F-Off Friday. And you get an F-Off Friday. Everybody gets an F-Off Friday. You heard that open there. Courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And you made it sound a lot worse by bleeping both of the curse words I said. I only said one you can't say on the radio, and we quickly dumped it. Thank you very much. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Watch us all show long. Don't forget to like the video and then hit the old subscription button on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well. We got Katie Pollock on the 2020s as well. Dynamite on that first update. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going?
I could not possibly be better. We have reached Jeff Phelps' level of contentment here on a Football Friday.
Well, he doesn't work Fridays. So how does that fit into the equation?
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's why he's usually so content. No, I just had a really great Friday.
Okay, good. I'm glad you had a great Friday. In the clip that was played, you seemed way angrier than what the clip showed.
I know. The anger,
did that surprise you as well? Like,
yeah,
I remember you being really angry in that moment, and then it did not display through the audio.
I know. I was hoping. I thought it was like when I was mocking. What was I mocking earlier this week? Where I was really screaming.
What weren't you mocking?
That's fair.
Oh, head coaches.
Yes, head coaches and being afraid of Shador. He got a TikTok. Oh, mercy me. I can't lead him. People on social media like him. Yes, I was so much more demonstrative there. And you know what that is? That is 5:30 at night, Nick Wilson.
No, but I could sense the anger though, and that's what's weird is that didn't translate through, and I'm like, oh no, what happened? It was very confusing to me because in the moment I thought it was about as angry as I've ever seen you, but then when we played back the clip, it was like that was rather calm, all things considered.
I think. Well, I also didn't want to go.
I'd make a bad witness for like a murder or something, I guess.
I also didn't want to go too hard at our guy there, Nick in Canton, because he was a decent guy. He just said something that I found to be antithetical to being a football guy.
Oh, what's funny is that football guy and the analytical world has now both moved into the idea that completion percentage is just hogwash.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not even just a football guy versus analytic. Oh, we have this big bad fight against the nerds. Like, no, both sides of the equation are very much in lockstep that completion percentage is not a reflection of what type of quarterback you are.
But not to our football guy, Nick in Canton. But no, I randomly saw Dustin at a restaurant today. I was sitting down after an appointment. I wasn't going home because I didn't have enough time, but still wanted to get some breakfast.
Doing the Joe Flacco eating by yourself?
Yeah, loved it. It was great. So much so that when Dustin was like, Nick, and I was like, hey, I didn't go up and sit with him. Not because I didn't want to sit with Dustin. I don't sit with anybody.
That wasn't the point.
I love Boomer and Gio in the ear.
Yeah.
Was sitting there, got a little sausage gravy and biscuits with a side of bacon.
Now,
why the hell not?
Did Dustin do the come on over? I mean, obviously you said hi to him, but did he do the like sit with us, or
no,
was it just understood you didn't want to?
But the problem was that they were sitting at a spot in the restaurant that made it was the one spot that you always look at from where I was sitting. So then I was like, I can't look over there. So then I just had to kind of because I didn't want to make it awkward to be like, that fat man keeps looking over here.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at my food. It was that was the awkward part.
Did you hurry up and eat and get out then, or no?
Well, I made sure to say goodbye. I met his tennis buddies.
Nice.
I impressed them with my grip strength, which was nice.
There we go.
That's a nice thing. If somebody says, you got a hell of a shake on you there, that's how you do it. Right, Dustin's tennis buddies through the roof in my estimation because they were
they're tennis guys, not like gym rats.
Well, no, but they know hand fitness when they see it. They've always got a tennis racket in their hand.
Yeah, they always got something in their hand.
You got to have good grip strength to one of the fellas. Now I'm going to forget his name, of course, because we're on air. Was like, love to see your backhand, and I was like, you're not going to want to see me run. Because nobody does.
You turn that very zesty for some reason.
Because I think the only thing that I don't do manly is run. There's just so much.
Do you run like a 13-year-old girl?
Not like
or what?
Andy Roth. No, I do not run like Andy Roth.
Oh no, I've
But
never even envisioned you running.
I have been told you shouldn't. I've been told that when I dance, it looks like slider dancing, and I've not danced since.
Well, slider just makes the bottoms work.
Yeah. Yes,
That's all the mascots do. They just say you got to make the bottoms work.
Well, not the bottom. No, the midsection. Because he does the hula hooping.
It's midsection into the bottom, and then you just kind of you make it all work.
Those are two different areas, Jonathan.
I think when I said bottoms, I just meant the midsection is all we were getting at there. You want a breakdown of where the mascots actually make it jiggle?
Well, no, you got it wrong.
Is that what you want?
This is a show that prides itself in accuracy, and I was right.
The bottom part is right because mascots they'll constantly turn around and shake their mascot booty. That's a thing. That's like one of the mascot staples.
What websites are you on?
It's like you got mascots. They twerk all day. It's what mascots do. It's like part of the mascot 101.
And this is how JP endeared himself to the mascot community.
Mascots 101. That's like the oldest trick in the oldest trick in the trade.
Hey, Slugger, come on over here. Give me one of those dances you got.
Do you want to know why Jackson's generation only likes the behinds?
Mascots.
That's it. Grew up in a world of mascots. It wasn't Tate McRae or Sabrina Carpenter or any of those. It wasn't that. That wasn't what it was.
No Megan Thee Stallion.
That wasn't what it was. Nope.
It was the Philly Fanatic.
They grew up on good mascotting.
Nah, you know who it was? It was Mrs. Met. She turned generations of young boys into young men.
Once the world realized Mrs. Met was thick like that, that's all it was.
That's with two C's, dog.
That's all it was. Lola Bunny in Space Jam. Not a mascot, but another one of Oki. He was just like, how did they make that so thick? I was a kid. You just made her a normal bunny. What happened?
It's an entirely different category, man.
I think we got a freak off on a Friday.
Why did you sexualize all of these things that didn't need to be sexualized?
Every time.
I was just 10. You could have just made it normal.
Every time we get to Easter, JP just really can't walk around in sweatpants.
All right.
Oh, my God. Who walked Peter Cottontail this way? You did this.
I've got nothing to add at this point.
I've got nothing. Lola Bunny was hot on air.
I didn't say hot. I said built thick. That's what I said.
I think there's a connotation.
That's all I said. No.
We went from Mrs. Met, and you were like, by the way, let me pull this thing.
Don't worry. You started with Mrs. Met. Go ahead. Just
she's a mascot.
Replay that.
And then you were like, all right, who do I find very tantalizing in the make-believe world? Lola Bunny.
No, I just don't know why they had. I don't know why they made her that way. I don't. It could have just been a normal bunny.
Still confusing to 35-year-old JP.
I mean, it just was what it was.
It's a hell of a start to the show, guys. So what do you want to talk about today? Actually, no.
Yeah.
I know what we're going to do here. We have a good laugh to start the show.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
We are going to build the bridge to Trust Town. Because Cleveland is we are a divided city right now and today.
It's divided?
And we're divided. We got Stefanski. I'm not going to say it.
Come on.
We got Stefanski supporters.
You can't tease us like that. Stefanski Waters?
I was going to go Slurpers, but we've got Stefanski supporters. We've got supporters, and no one can get on the same page. We got Jamie Foxx quote tweeting Mary Kay Cabot, right? We got Dion then retweeting that. We got who is it? Deion Sanders Jr. saying Lima's racist. Boog's going after Lima.
Deion Jr. went after Lima?
Wasn't that like 3 weeks ago?
Oh, okay. I thought it was a new version.
That was the initial time where Lima decided he didn't like Shador.
Okay.
Had nothing to do with Shador itself. That's a lot going around. That's not a shot at Lima. That's a shot at how people react to the supporters and all that. But
that's what I would say. A good recap.
We are a divided town, and I think I have the audio. I think I have the audio to bring us together because the Kevin Stefanski show, which huge turnout last night. I heard a lot of people. There was a big name there. I'm not even going to say the name. Local kid, plays football for the Browns. You might know him.
Yeah, Mac was there, right?
Yeah, Mac was
big
there.
Turnout, okay.
Mac, do not comment. I'm not ready for you yet. It's a big tease.
You'll
it's a big build.
speak when spoken to.
Yeah, you can get back in your shame bush. Sorry, that's a Ken reference. However, the Stefanski show, very, I mean, you're going to love this.
Okay.
As the supporter on this station.
I haven't heard it, by the way.
Here is Kevin Stefanski.
They specifically would not let me hear it ahead of this.
Here is Kevin Stefanski talking about coaching Shador Sanders.
Yeah, it's fun. A big part of coaching is teaching. And I think when you have young players or young students that are eager to learn and want the answer, you hear the why generation, the why we're doing this. And
no, I just want the first 5 seconds of that again. All right, give it to me again.
Yeah, it's fun.
Look at that.
Big part of coaching
He's
is teaching.
saying coaching Shador is fun.
I don't believe him.
Oh,
it should
but
be
he
fun.
said it.
Hey, saving your job should be fun. That should be like, yes, you should be having fun with this.
But he said it.
No. Here's why.
But if he says it, they don't lie.
Here's why me and the supporters always get angry anytime Stefanski tries to either take any credit for Shador's success or try to make it seem like this was all the plan the entire time, is that I don't know anybody that was more in the way of giving Shador an opportunity than the guy that you just heard from in Kevin Stefanski.
Well, that was old Kevin Stefanski.
Kevin, yeah,
this is new Kevin.
We had to watch 3 quarterbacks die on the field before we got a chance to even see Shador have an opportunity. Like I get agitated hearing Kevin talk about basically anything Shador at this point, because for months he refused to say his name and even talk about him.
Well,
and
now he says his name.
He's having a jolly good time. You could have had this like great time, this fun time that you're having. It was open to you well before Dylan Gabriel ever took the field.
Well, but isn't it important that he's having that fun time now?
No, it makes me angry. I want him to be sitting.
He's having fun coaching Shador.
I want him to be sitting in a stew of misery, essentially. Okay, that's what I want for Kevin Stefanski out of this. You don't deserve the success of Shador Sanders, and anytime you fall into something like this, and that's essentially what it did. When you let 3 other quarterbacks skip the line and go ahead of Shador, and you have him wait until this part of the season, a part that wasn't even promised, and if you believe other reports, it was going to be a redshirt season anyway, you don't deserve the riches of this. You don't deserve to sit up there on a coach's show and talk about what a fun time you're having coaching the man. Now, I don't love this. You knew I wouldn't love this.
I don't think you're hearing it right, though.
I'm hearing it right.
Right? Like
I'm hearing it right, and it's pissing me off.
This is every rom-com my wife has ever forced me to sit through, where initially, in the meet cute, the 2 people do not like each other at all. They are oil and water. And then they just keep getting put together by forces of nature.
We told them the entire time.
The forces of nature.
And if you want to have fun where people across the league think that you're actually good at your job, then play Shador Sanders. If you want people to think you suck at your job, play Dylan Gabriel. He chose Dylan Gabriel.
We are watching Shador and Kevin fall in like together in real time.
Nope. I don't think it was an accident, by the way, that when Shador talked this last Wednesday, he mentioned how like he hears his dad when plays are going on, like the voice in his head is his dad, and then when he's thinking about things on the field, it's like it's Dion's voice
like
that is in his head.
Lola Bunny's voice.
I think more it's the idea that he's hearing any voice that isn't Kevin Stefanski. Okay, there's a lot. Again, this is why Shador is even a bigger man than I'll ever be. Because the idea that he doesn't just vomit anytime anyone brings up Stefanski's name, you're a bigger man than I'll ever be.
That genetics.
Stefanski having fun. Yeah, well, actually, technically, I think I am bigger than him.
I'll have to see a side by side.
Shador's 6'1.5". I'm also 6'1.5". He's 220. I'm 230. I don't know what to tell you.
That's your listed weight. I don't know. Like Dylan Gabriel, I don't know we can trust it.
Are you giving me more pounds or less pounds?
You'll never know.
Well, if you're giving me more, then it's like I'm obviously over.
If you want me to give you more pounds, I'll give you more pounds.
Whatever. I think Shador's actually 6'2" with a helmet, so it's okay.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. It's been a wild one to start the show here. By the way, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Jason Pinkston, Mr. Adult Pepsi himself, at 3:20. We'll talk the Browns. We'll talk the absence of 4 of the 5 Browns starting linemen from week 1 here in this Bears game. We've got Trevor Sikkema. He and his podcast with his buddy Jordan Rogers have a plan to fix the Cleveland Browns. We'll walk through that as well. But 216-474-0092. I do want to get into, one, do you hear that little meet cute there? That little Kevin Stefanski's having fun, coaching Shador. Supporters, where you at on this one? And is this Bears game, worth next year for Shador? We'll explain in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get your
today. Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
The college football playoff is set, and the Buckeyes are on the path to repeat as national champions. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, it's fun. A big part of coaching is teaching. And I think when you have young players or young students that are eager to learn and want the answer, you hear the why generation, the why are we doing this? And I think that's when you get at the core of offensive football is understanding those whys. So spending extra time with Shador, spending extra time with any of our young players is just trying to help them understand the big picture of this thing, because especially this rookie class, but these are all guys that have really, really bright futures, but there is development to be had, and there's no snap your finger, magic wand to make development happen. It really takes hard work from the players, and I think that's what you're seeing from a lot of our young guys.
Kevin Stefanski talking about how fun it is coaching Shador Sanders. We're having fun off air. Mac's the bit killer now.
I can't believe you just did that, Mac.
Yeah, Mac. JP on the slide.
Oh yeah, but describe how this is going to go down.
Very sneaky bit that he pulled with Katie Pollack. And Katie bought it. As she was leaving, we saw her close the door, and then about 5 seconds later, she popped in and signaled to JP that made us believe that maybe she realized the bit was not real, and we quickly deduced the bit snitch over there.
The bit snitch. What signal? Yeah. What signal did she give me to make you come to that conclusion?
Telling you were number one.
That's right.
Mac, do you deny these charges?
No, you're number one.
This could have been a good long play, though. This could have been this was set up. It was set up perfect. It was just enough of a kernel of a truth in it that I would have had enjoyment out of this one for a while.
Yeah. Next time you host a show, I'm going to call in and just everything you say, I'm going to say, well, actually, you want to kill bits on this show. Which show is this? Bit killer. Now, that being said, Sunday, as I've said yesterday, we both kind of agree Sunday's an interesting opportunity for Shador between the weather, between what the Bears defense is good at, what they're not good at. And so it's a good opportunity for Shador, unless you ask a fair amount of people who all of a sudden believe Shador, we should just expect him to stink on Sunday.
Well, so I've noticed that in the past 24 hours or so, the tide has really turned. And I can't tell if it's because it's a lack of belief in Shador, which I don't really think that is. I think it's all circumstantial, which I think is something interesting. When now all of a sudden you have 7 different guys that are out for the Browns. You have 4 offensive linemen that are out for the Browns. It's adding up. The pieces that aren't going to be there. And Njoku not going to be there. Denzel Ward not going to be there. And I've just noticed the cold weather being a factor in this as well. It does feel like the expectations for Shador have gone back to being very, very low when I thought we were just going to continue the expectations being high trend. This could actually end up being a good thing for him. When enough Daryl Riders say that preemptively they give him the old Peterlin pass, this can be a good thing for him.
But the Peterlin pass.
Ultimately, he's just got to do what he did last week, which is overcome all the million obstacles.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is... I know that there's going to be a segment of people who this is not true for, and I can't program the show to them, so the truth is, Shador's in a bit of a no-lose situation. Right? If you take a step back, if the weather clearly affects you and things break down around you, you're going to be able to say fairly, well, look at that weather. 4 out of his 5 offensive linemen are missing. He still has Jerry Jeudy as his number 1 target. We'll see if the Browns offense can run. Like, there's so many things going against Shador that in this case, like if now at the same point, if he goes out and balls out, you can go, look what he did in spite of all that.
Well, so that's what's been nice is that for the previous 3 games now, this week it's been highlighted the things that he's had to overcome. Which is, it took us all the way until Friday of this week, but he finally got some love across the board of the idea that he's doing it with what is, according to PFF, the 32nd ranked pass catching core and also the 32nd ranked offensive line when it comes to pass protection. So, he's finally getting credit for some of this stuff, which I think matters. Not only having the best stats out of any rookie quarterbacks for the previous 3 weeks, but then also 94 passer rating, everything in between, but also doing it while having nothing to work with. It just, after that game on Sunday, I felt like nobody was willing to recognize that side of it, and now they are, and that'll continue on into Sunday, obviously.
Yeah, I do think there's a segment of people who it's going to be a zero-sum game. Did you play well or did you not play well? Because inevitably, the whole point here is by 7 games, you want to be able to confidently say, hey, yep, let's go forward with him as the quarterback, or at least have that conversation, or nope, we're still going to draft a quarterback with a top 5 pick.
For sure, and this is why it's always an evaluation, but the idea that we've normalized the what he's doing is insane to me. Like, we've normalized the idea that you're supposed to down this many offensive linemen, have this bad of a receiving core, everything, that you're supposed to just continue this and be awesome, and that's not normal. Like, and there's a part of me that blames C.J. Stroud, blames Jaden Daniels for us even thinking that rookie quarterbacks are supposed to pull off anything in their first year, nonetheless be able to do it while overcoming all these obstacles. Like, it really should be looked as like this is insane, this is happening.
Well, but can't you blame Shador? And I don't mean that in a literal sense, but like Jaden overcame the circumstances around him. So did, who was the other quarterback you mentioned?
C.J. Stroud.
So C.J. Stroud, in this case, like, Shador did give you proof of concept in that Titans game,
right,
that he can overcome all those things. So I think it's going to become the standard that you've set gets held against you. That's not necessarily fair in this scenario, but that is how we do it with every other quarterback.
Well, that's the weird part about this. If he doesn't have another 350-yard game and the rest of them are like, good to whatever games, it will be weird that like the timing of it happening will be used against him. Because people at the end of the season will say, yeah, you had that one 350-yard game, but what'd you do in the other games? Even if the other games look what should be considered otherworldly numbers when you line up exactly what he's been trying to overcome.
Yeah, I look at this game as a great opportunity to have the kind of performance. And again, if you're expecting 350-plus yards, 4 touchdowns, that to me is radical thinking. And what I'm saying, like, from the negative side of things, like if he doesn't reach that and you go, he's a scrub, it was a one game, it was a fluke, that I'm sorry, like, okay, you sit down, you just don't like the kid, you can't have a conversation about somebody that you just don't like. If you're not just going to give him a chance after that game. Like, the difference is, like, because every time we do this with Shador, somebody says, but you didn't do that with Dylan. Because at no point did he have a good enough game that you couldn't pick it apart on some level. The Browns had a big game with him, the Dolphins game, where they were good. He wasn't good in that game. We argued over how good or not he was in that game.
Yeah.
So, like, I look at this with Shador. To me, the Tennessee game shows I've got proof of concept. But I don't expect to see that because the circumstances are going to be different. And by the way, I still think you're going to see them, whether you want to say it's holding him back, have the restrictor plate on him, I still think you're going to see some of that down the stretch. I don't think the Titans game opens up Kevin Stefanski to say, we're going to throw the ball all over the yard.
Well, I'm curious just from a matchup standpoint how this game is going to go, and we talk about like what they're going to do offensively. I've been wondering all week, are the Bears going to put a bunch of pressure on Shador and make that their game plan, or are they going to drop into coverage? I really don't know. If you're an opposing team, what's the game plan? Because a few weeks ago, the game plan was attack him as often as you can and pressure him as much as you can. We saw last week, down 4 offensive linemen, he was pressured the second highest rate in an NFL game this season, and he made it seem like it didn't matter. Sacked just twice, was able to deliver the ball, extend plays, able to do whatever he wants. Like, I'm dying to find out if the Browns go more for the interceptions that they've been doing, or the Bears, go more for the interceptions they've been doing all year long. That's why they lead the NFL in interceptions. Like, I genuinely don't know what plan of attack they're going to have for Shador.
How much is this game worth for Shador in the big picture?
So if he looks good in this game, I'm talking 250 yards, pair of touchdowns, and it is emphatically better than Caleb Williams. I think this will be all anyone needs to see in order to say that's our quarterback for next year. I think this will be the game. Like, I talk about like BOGOs, buy one get ones.
You love a good BOGO.
I think it's such a thing in football.
Matt, and you'll take a free Lola Bunny.
That you have Mrs. Matt? I guess we can debate the other. I don't know.
THICC, baby.
I think if he looks good this week, that's all you need to see for next year. Like, he's your guy next year. Unless you want to take a quarterback in Mendoza or Dante Moore at the very, very top, that's your guy. That would solidify anything anybody needs to see at that point because you'd need to see more.
No, I think I would actually push back on this. I want to see it for 4 games. If he has a great game here, man, you're going to see a groundswell. You're going to see a groundswell of people putting their stock into Shador. I really think you're right on that. But I think for me personally, all right, you have a good game against the Bears. What do you do against the Bills? And that's not to say, because I guess my point is right now, if he's great against the Bears, all right, I got 2 okay games, however you want to say it, for the first 2 games. I've got 2 great games. All right, what do the final 3 games look like?
I guess the assumption for me there is that if he looks good against the Bears and it's back-to-back weeks, then I don't know in the final 3 games that he could fall off in any sort of way, in a significant enough way for me to be like, what I saw in the Bears game and then what I saw obviously last week in that game wasn't real.
I don't think it's that it's not real. It's that the NFL does work. The more film the NFL has on you on the NFL field, the more you're going to see how defense is trying to attack him. And I love having that kind of information on Shador. And I am of the belief right now, I'm so excited now. I was not excited when it was just, we got to bank on something good happening and getting the first pick or the right guy falling to you, or maybe we're going to go sign or trade for Mac Jones. Like, as of right now in December, that does nothing for me because I've still got games to get through. I'm so excited to find out, all right, what can Shador do in these 4 final games? But I don't know that I don't know that there should be one game that we go, all right, got it. I'm on to the offseason.
I think for back-to-back weeks, and then it'll just be excitement for the final 3 games.
It's just 2 good games.
I'm
not trying to be that guy, but it is just 2 good games.
But it won't just be 2 games, though. It'll be the idea that, and this is really where we fall back in line with what happened last week. Are they high-caliber throws? Are they the type of throws that when Greg Cosell comes out and all he does is live in the all-22 film, looks at that and says, oh, okay, this is franchise quarterback-level throws. Kurt Warner, after watching some of those throws, said that is franchise caliber quarterback right there, no questions asked. Like, if he has those type of throws, then there's enough, playing with the idea that he's dealing with the worst offensive line, one of the worst, if not the worst, pass catching crew in all of football as well. Like, there's enough that I want to see what happens in 2026 with a better line, a better wide receiver room, and you made enough high level throws for me.
Shador has already done something that no other Browns quarterback did this year, and we have to address that. He has elevated his teammates. The man brought Jerry Jeudy back from the abyss. Look at Harold Fannon's numbers with Shador. So I'm seeing, and by the way, he's overcoming a bad offensive line, which I think is the hardest thing to do no matter whether you're a first-round rookie or a 10-year vet. These are all things I'm massively excited about. But being able to consistently prove that you can elevate your teammates on an offense that is, just has a dearth of talent. That to me is something that if you can do that for the next 4 games, the final 4 games, including this game, you cannot dispute that. Right? And we saw that with Joe Flacco, by the way, in the end of 2023. With Njoku's stats, Elijah Moore had his best game as a Cleveland Brown.
Elijah Moore had a 250-yard receiving game against the Texans in
Amari
week
Cooper
16.
Came alive in when Joe Flacco took over.
Amari, not Elijah.
So I just look at this and I go, yes, this is a crucial game for him because it's a great opportunity where I think you've got a lot to earn and not a lot to lose because of the circumstances. But at the end of it, I got to see it in the final 4 games. One game cannot be more important than the final 3.
I think the conditions and how this sets up and to be able to do it in consecutive weeks. Again, the layered part of this is that I'm playing with the assumption that he just doesn't fall off the cliff the remaining 3. Mm-hmm. But I think if you look good in this Bears game, the deck really is stacked against you in this one. I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses here, but the deck really is stacked against you in this one. Then I just don't know what hurdle is going to get in your way for the remaining 3.
I will say, all I've heard is Shador in this game, he just has to protect the football. And I understand the Bears are a takeaway machine. Guys, Shador needs to put points on the board. And I think we've lost the plot. I think if you're Kevin Stefanski, the thing you want to see in this game is no takeaways. The guy that has watched a moribund offense that has done diddly squat up until outside of 2 times this year, I want points on the board. And so it's interesting, I've heard this big groundswell of if you can just limit the turnovers. It's guys, you gotta break some eggs to make some omelets. Damn near landed that plane. 216-474-0092.
Went to breakfast this morning?
No, I got 2 over easy eggs, hash browns, sausage gravy and biscuits, a side of bacon. Yeah.
What was the side of bacon?
I don't understand.
You almost made it sexual.
It was.
It was. Okay. Was that a religious experience, the
my
bacon?
My friend at Wally's in Akron,
like
y'all know who you are. Their bacon was on fleek.
I could tell. Stop it.
That was top
You can't make fun of people for on fleek and then use on fleek.
And use it properly?
This is like when you use Bang Biscuit now. It's in mockery of me, but you use it so much, I think you actually like it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you actually like it. You use it so much, I think you like it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll never know. 216-474-0092. Is this one game, is the Bears game worth next year for Shador Sanders? And in quick hits, we got to get to something that I'm pulling up right now because I clearly wasn't ready. Baker, failure, and the downer crowd in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Watson on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Could changes be coming for this Browns regime? Don't miss a minute, as breaking news could happen at any moment, and you'll hear it here first.
Delay of game, offense.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Jason Pinkston coming up in 40 minutes, former Browns offensive lineman. We'll talk Shador. We'll talk Browns Bears. See, maybe we can get the Browns defense to have a little bounce-back game. Would that be nice? Would that be, anybody?
Anybody?
Browns
like
defense?
that? Would you like that?
Although, I will
thing you'd be
tell
interested
you.
in? Can I sell you on that?
I know it was Browns-Titans.
Yeah.
Was it a little fun to have a little bit of a shootout? And by shootout, I'm talking about both teams getting within the range of 30 points.
No, it was a wildly entertaining game.
Yes.
Like the people like Jake Volnick that spend $14 to get in, you got all your money's worth and then some.
So I kind of think that is where we are. I mean, we'll get into the best case scenario and what wouldn't be and what, but the only thing that I don't love about this game is that the weather could make it less fun.
Yes.
And I'm here for the Shador fun. All right. It's not that I don't want to win. I want to be really competitive, and if you win, I'm going to be super excited. Right? But man, I'll just go for some tutties. It was so long. All right. Shador, and not just this week, but the 3 games here have been a nice little slump buster because I just got so used to quarterbacks not getting into the end zone that when it's happening, you're just thankful it happened.
That was the most fun game by far this season, and I don't know. We'll see if there's a repeat performance. It's fun to watch enjoyable football.
Let's go ahead and get to quick hits here.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Thursday night football, not great for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, although the uniforms, that was a great uniform matchup with the orange for Tampa Bay and then the black unis and the red helmet for Atlanta. Well done, but not the game. The Bucs lost to the Falcons 29-28 due to a late game winning field goal by Zane Gonzalez. Zanimals unite!
Oh, your guy, he finally came back and play.
Finally. He also hit the game winner for Washington over Tampa Bay last year.
I know, he's been hitting random game winners for it's been a decade almost.
It's my guy.
In 2017, you said he was going to be,
the Lola Bunny of kickers.
Basically the Mrs. Matt of kicking.
The Bucs 7-7 on the season, which puts them in second place. THICC. You know me. In the NFC South, Bucs head coach Todd Bowles had enough after the game.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the hurts. You gotta care enough where the hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
This is JP.
He's like you yesterday during the 520 segment.
I was going to say, this is you missing a 5-foot putt midsummer where you're just like, anyway, too harsh, too light, or just right by Todd Bowles.
I'm not good enough. I take everything in stride in the golf course. That was over the top.
I loved it.
You've lost 5 out of the last 6, though. You have to do something. You mentioned like the Zanimals, the Zane Gonzalez kick. I've always called it the Zanimals, like Danimals. You know, yeah. I've always done that.
You can be wrong.
Missed the boat there, I guess. But you came up with it. You can 100% tell me where it's right or wrong. The point is, because I had popcorn lodged in my ears when we were first doing the bit in 2017. All right, anyway, when Mike Evans is leaving the field before he even makes that kick or even attempts that kick, you have issues on your hands.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, when superstar players in your team don't even want to see the final field goal, they're that peeved and assume it's going to be done, you got a problem.
Here's what I like about it. Todd Bowles is as mild-mannered as they come. So this goes back to Coach Kev doesn't have to be the guy that blows his top every single week, every single day, because that's not who he is as a human. But every once in a while, you can get good and mad. I think this was the kind of game where, I got to be honest with you, if you had said at halftime that Tampa was going to lose that game, I would have laughed in your face. He has every right to be furious. It is the players that are letting him down, even if they have extreme injury issues.
It was a 1-point game at half.
Yeah, I thought Tampa played a lot better.
Pitts was awesome in this game.
I kind of thought
that was the game we've been waiting for Kyle Pitts forever. I mean, like, I don't want to. I'm not going to glaze up Kirk Cousins on this, but like,
I think you're glazing.
Cousins threw for almost 400 yards in this game.
We got Jay Glazer here.
I think I make a donut joke instead. The donuts are right there. The Glazer's not bad too, though. Where's Jay Glazer been? I feel like I don't hear from Jay Glazer anymore.
Got married. That's a happy man right now.
Is that what that is? He just kind of disappeared? He didn't say he did the anti-Adam Schefter? Where Schefter got married and seemed like he took his work more serious?
Yeah.
Whereas Glazer gets married and is like, I can't find him anymore?
You've seen it, like, he outkicked his coverage.
I've seen photos.
That's
He's Jay Glazer. He's kind of a badass. He's very rich.
No, he is. But
like, that's on the table for Jay Glazer.
His wife is absolutely stunning and apparently
People
like the nicest person on the planet.
People say Jay Glazer is like a top 10 human all time.
No, absolutely.
Like by all counts, he's just a genuine, awesome guy.
Yes, 100%.
So he deserves to be with somebody that you think is also awesome.
I'm not saying he doesn't. I don't know why we're fighting about Jay Glazer.
I think we're agreeing. I think we're just agreeing about the greatness of Jay Glazer. But where has he been?
The most passive-aggressive agreement about somebody in the media.
We were just one-upping how much we like Jay Glazer is all we were doing there. He didn't accomplish anything. There was nothing being accomplished.
I think it's your turn.
Yeah, all right. Mike McCarthy on ESPN. Since we love how people mispronounce quarterback names, you're going to enjoy this one. Here we go.
Frankly, I wouldn't be too hard on Cleve because he's different.
Who?
He makes Cleve Williams.
It's Caleb. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're nowhere near.
Okay, you've never made a mistake.
Hey, Cleve is a dog, though.
Cleve.
That's rough.
That was not even close.
Yeah,
he had a different zip code.
By the way,
Cleve.
It's not even.
I love it. What a coach.
It's just.
What a coach.
He's not an analytics guy, and he's not a name guy either.
At least he can just call him out by number, I guess. Like I love when when coaches are just deep into the all 22, is they just go ahead and just say the number, and that's it. How out of touch with any actual sports talk or anything do you have to be?
Or football?
To just not able to know his name is Caleb and call him Khalib.
It's not like Mike McCarthy's walking around.
Where are you living?
With like an entourage where when he's talking with other football guys, he's saying Khalib and they're not correcting him.
How is it possible to be Mike McCarthy and not have Caleb Williams' name? You coached in the league a year ago. You were a head coach in the league a year ago.
Also, the name's Caleb. This is not like a new name.
That's also a great point. He put such a weird twist on it. What Caleb have you ever met that goes by Khalib?
There's definitely somebody out there. Let's just be honest. There is. Mike McCarthy's never met him.
But the large majority is Caleb.
Yes.
Like 99.9%
Yeah, I was going to say.
is Caleb.
Everyone but one guy goes by it.
And if you hadn't responded with, you never made a mistake either? I think he might just be trolling McAfee, but it's not what happened.
That is a great bit of guilt there. A big matchup in the NFL this weekend as the 1 seed in the AFC, Denver, hosts the 2 seed in the NFC, Green Bay. And the Broncos are actually 2.5-point dogs at home, but Broncos QB Bo Nix isn't sweating.
Don't really care. My mom thinks we'll win, so that's all that matters.
Is
Bo Nix. Is his mom right about this game?
He's had some good lines. No, Packers are playing really well right now, but he's had some good lines. Like early on in the year, a couple games ago, he was talking about, he's like, these people think that you just stumble into 9 wins. It doesn't happen that way. And I like him. I don't like him as a quarterback the same way I think most people do, but I like him as a soundbite.
You know, he's got a little bit of Flanders to him, though, right?
No,
that was
that's
a bit
the
of a
wrong
Flandery
read.
answer.
That's the wrong read on Bo Nix.
I think it's the right answer.
Spend more time around Bo Nix. That's the wrong read.
No, I'm saying from that answer, that's a Flandery. That's a Kirk Cousins kind of answer.
Yeah, Bo Nix is closer to Baker than he is anything.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying in this clip, my mom said I was right. Yeah.
No, that was funny. That was endearing. That was a way of saying I don't care what you guys think because you don't matter.
Because I'm a mama's boy.
No, because he's got his priorities right and only family matters to him. Family man. Bo Nix.
All right, Urkel.
Family man. Urkel?
You said family matters.
You gonna take that from Mac, the bit killer?
Yeah, I'm cool with it, man. We're good. I mean, yeah, you and Nick always go back and forth, but we're cool. I got no problem with you. All right, Josh Pate. Independent, by the way, independent Josh Pate, says he knew about Sharon Moore in Michigan back in September. Here we go.
I'd say early to mid-October is when I was first made aware of it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what game I was at. It may have been late September. It was early in the season. And so you heard about it. All right, now, there's a reason I don't call myself a reporter or a journalist, because it would have been my duty at that point to thoroughly investigate that. All the while, it was articulated to me, we expect the Michigan job to come open. So all the players behind the scenes expected the Michigan job to come open, but it was always also told to me it's going to be a different timetable, and it may be after the season.
So my response to this is pretty simple. I don't want to hear from any reporters telling me the way that they have over the previous couple days, just how long they've all heard this information and just how long they've all sat on this information and did nothing with it. You telling me you heard about it in late September and you just decided to do not? You didn't think that would have been a good move for your business to maybe investigate the head coach of Michigan football? This isn't Texas Prairie. You don't think that would have been a good idea? Like, I'm tired of it. How many? We've probably heard, 30 people come out and be like, I knew this for months.
This is a great take.
What are you doing? Do something about it.
It's an awful look.
Why are you bragging about this? Do something about it. That's a massive player in the sport. Do something.
Yeah, there's only one of two things. Either you really did hear about it, and then you didn't do your job as a journalist, and I like Josh Pate a lot, but this is the number of people that are like, yeah, I heard about it, but never heard anything else. You didn't make a call?
You don't think you want to run that one up the flagpole?
Text? No, none of that.
Just investigate, just do some digging?
It's either that or they feel like they got caught with their pants down, poor expression, and are trying to basically save it, basically.
And I like Josh Pate, too. We're going to do the I like great. Person off. I think he's one of the best young college football people.
Josh Pate or Jay Glazer?
I like Glazer more.
All right.
Although I don't know where Glazer is these days, and Josh Pate appears to be everywhere. I don't know. I can't turn on a TV without him popping up. Although he's independent and can do work on this stuff. Come on, what are we doing?
One Shador narrative that has to go away before the Browns-Bears games in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick Wilson here. If you're thinking about a kitchen remodel, go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because they're going to help you.
and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else.
This is off the rails.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Jason Pinkston coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Browns, Bears on Sunday. And a game you can hear right here. I do want to get to the narrative that has to go away before the game on Sunday, because I know it's going to be all over Twitter as that game gets into the fourth quarter. But we kind of tossed this out in the last segment as a really important game. I know the defense is banged up. I know the whole team is banged up. But, man, does the defense need a bounce-back performance.
Well, I mean, this is the game that I feel like people are going to either recognize Malik Collins as a massive part of this team or they can get through without the injury.
Yeah, what I struggle with is, because I think when we've had Coach Reisland on, he talked about the impact of Malik Collins and how much they felt the absence of him in this last game. And I think I agree with him. I think the thing is, like, when you're getting beat on the edges the way the Browns were, the Titans did a really good job at challenging Myles Garrett in the run game, and I think that got Myles on his heel. But it wasn't just him. Like, Isaiah McGuire struggled to set the edge off and on throughout this season. Like, I don't know that that's just about Malik Collins.
Well, but Myles, though, and why he just looked so different. It was night and day in the run game. And, like, so one thing I've always hung my hat on and talking about Myles relative to some of the other pass rushers, like Micah Parsons is a great pass rusher. That's what Micah Parsons does.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons doesn't do anything with the run game. Like, the difference between me with Myles and some of these other guys, and there are players that are better at this than others, but Myles is exceptional in the run game. He does not get the credit that he ever really truly deserves when it comes to being the run stopper that he is. And I mean, it just wasn't good. Like, there's just no other way to describe it on Sunday.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw people saying, this is actually where I think the Malik Collins thing is real, where I saw people saying, Myles over pursuing. I'm like, if you watch Myles, and it's not just a Myles thing. Like, when you have edge rushers that can beat you off the edge, like, those guys are, Brian Burns, the first, his whole career, people have been saying, you just wish you wouldn't over pursue. It's like, that is the catch-22 of being that fast. Now, the difference is Myles can offset it because he's also a power guy too, but I think it's funny when people are like, Myles just needs to stop over pursuing. I'm like, I don't know. I think he's
got the better idea than us on this.
Well, and I think it's part and parcel, and I think Myles is smart enough to know he can't just go with one. You can't go just power or just speed on any given play or on any given drive or any given half. He's really smart about how he kind of varies it up.
And I don't know. I keep seeing people trying to discuss the idea that he's just selling out for sacks, and it didn't seem like that was the case for him on Sunday. It just didn't to me.
Yeah, I did. I understand because it's Myles, we're going to say that. If I found that out, I'd be really disappointed in Myles. And I think, listen, I have always, with Myles, I kind of vacillate between impatient and frustrated and also in awe of what he does on the field and in awe of some of the things that he does. You can't say you're all about winning and then sell out for sacks. I think Myles just understands. I don't think it's about the sack record. I think Myles understands the importance of him getting to the other quarterback and the impact that has on wins and losses for this team.
I mean, he does have 25 on his wristband. He doesn't have, like, I want to go 10-7 on his wristband. There's a me component to this.
In fairness, well, yeah, but I think there's a difference between having a goal and doing everything you can to meet that goal.
I know, but you put the individual team goal is what you have written on your wristband.
How many team goals do guys have?
How many individual goals do they usually have?
I don't look at a lot of wrists.
I don't either.
Surprise you.
I would be surprised if there's a lot of people across the league that, you're more whatever Mrs. Met is throwing out there.
THICC. Yeah, you know me.
But like, I don't blame Miles if at this point he's just trying to get as many numbers as he can. It just didn't appear that way on Sunday that that's what he was doing.
Now, the narrative I would like to bury, if we can, because watching the game on Sunday in the loss, where, and I can't tell, like, is this an analytics thing? Is it I can't tell who's on which side on this. But I can already see if the Browns are down, if the Browns end up losing this game another, that's a 35-32, and Shador looks really good. The offense takes a step forward, but you lose the game. I know people are going to polish a turd and say, well, you know what? Shador played well, but you lost the game, so you still have draft positioning. And that's the best case scenario. Guys, I'm not doing that. Shador has, I will say, because he's played well, he's given me hope that you can be not just competitive, but you can be in this thing and maybe win one of these games. I know we want to get a top draft pick to have maximum leverage, or maybe we could trade down. Guys, I don't give a rat's patootie about the draft. I don't, not now. I want the Browns to win. Shador playing well and the Browns winning, that's the best scenario. Everything short of that is not the best scenario.
I mean, the best combo, but it starts with me with Shador playing well above anything else right now. Like that to me, more than the wins, is the most important part of this week.
So it's the most important part to feeling better about the future is Shador playing well.
I think that's what I'm looking at this as. I'm looking at this as the long term. Our long-term happiness as Browns fans, I think, is better invested in Shador playing well than it is any other outcome.
Yeah,
but we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have Shador play well and win games.
Yeah, this is not what it was in 2015, 2016, 2017. I think we have to understand, and I understand the analytics folks that say, well, this is where you find your best players and your best chance to get a franchise quarterback. Fine, that's great. That is not served the Cleveland Browns, as far as I can tell in the entirety of I've followed them. I've watched this team countless times shut down in December, and they've played awful, meaningless football. And by the way, the next year they got a top 5 pick or a top 3 pick, and outside of Myles Garrett and Baker Mayfield, really haven't done diddly squat with it. Now, we're at a point where I think, and listen, it might be counterintuitive, because it might be the thing that helps Kevin Stefanski stay here.
And I think I'm also rooting for him to be gone, so that's part of clouding my discussion on this as well.
I would rather lose each one of my burger bets. I would rather watch Kevin Stefanski be the head coach next year and Shador as the starting quarterback rather than lose this game. I just do. I think this is a really unique 4-game stretch here, and I can't recall a time this late in the season where we've had these circumstances, and maybe it'll change if they lose this week. Maybe it will. I don't know. I'm about winning, and I'm about Shador playing well and winning, and if some combination of those two things or some sliding scale, Shador plays well and you win, or Shador plays great and you win, or whatever, give it to me.
And so this might sound
scenario.
stupid like 4 weeks from now when the Browns, or if the Browns go 0-4, it might be like, oh, geez. But all 4 of these games, although they all look like tough teams on paper, these are very winnable games at the heart of it. Like the Bears have beat a lot of paper tigers. You saw them fold against the Packers last weekend. They might have been leading the NFC 2 weeks ago. That's not a juggernaut of a football team. That team still has some time. You can get after that team. The Bills aren't the team that we're typically used to seeing. They have Josh Allen and a whole bunch of problems right now. Steelers are very gettable right now. And then the Bengals, obviously, they're very gettable as well. It sounds tough on paper, but there are some winnable games here.
I just think when it comes to it, I wouldn't
bet on it happening, but
think it's in our best interest to lose thing. I know that the NFL team has to think like that occasionally, or organizations talk like that. The Jets, they just announced an undrafted free agent at quarterback playing this weekend. The Jets with 4 games are tanking, and there's really no way around it. I get that it's a valid thing. I think when it comes to people doing it on Twitter, I think it's a lot of look how smart I am. And quite frankly, I don't give a rip.
So I guess
when it comes to losing for draft position, do not care.
I guess it's not even about draft position for myself. It's just I'm putting the priority of Shador and the quarterback position above what I am the win-loss record. But I also, for me personally, this is only me, obviously, a win makes you feel good on Sunday, so I like that side of things. But whether you win or whether you lose the game, I care more about how it looks than anything else at this point.
I mean, I think there is something to be said there. I can give you some wiggle room on the importance of being competitive and really, looking good on offense.
Because it really isn't about the draft. I need to make this clear to you. It's really not about the draft position for myself. It truly, at the end of the day, isn't. The draft position is the cherry on top. It is what it is. It's just at the end, like a year from now, do I think that winning one game against the Bears is going to be something that all of these players are like, man, really, we needed that one, and that was important to us long term. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I'm looking at my own personal assessment of this, and the win will feel good for a couple hours, but it's not the end-all be-all.
No, it's not the end-all be-all, but I do think it's important. Like, if you win this game, that is another sign that Shador is rallying the troops. That is another sign that Kevin Stefanski hasn't lost the troops. To win this game, because, again, the Bears are a step up from the Titans, there's some really good things are going to have to happen here, and those things are it's an intangible thing, but you can build off, hey, we were out. We were going to have a top 3 pick. I think right now they have the 3rd or 4th pick. We ended up winning 2 of the last 4 games. We beat good caliber playoff teams. I think that because I think you can tell more, and I think you can assess more. We talk about assessing.
Yeah.
When teams understand the fix is in, I don't know how you assess in that. The Jets just gave you 4 glorified preseason games. I don't know how you can distinguish what from what in games where everybody knows what the score is.
Okay, but Shador alone guarantees that you don't have that right there that you're describing. Like, I feel like Shador alone, him being there and the impact he has in this team makes it where it's not just 4 preseason games. Because not only do the fans feel like you have a hope, but all these players feel like you have a hope. Now, it might not translate into wins or losses, but you enter these games with a different mindset.
Yeah, I need that mindset to be prevalent. I really do. And by the way, I think
it is right now.
But I think winning one of these next 2 games is important to that. Like staving off the Week 17, Week 18, let's throw bleep against the wall. I think that's critical. And by the way, I also think it's critical
I hear what you're saying.
that guys are playing around Shador in that way, right?
Yeah.
That Shador gets the best chance
I hear what
to
you're
have
saying.
guys playing hard to the final whistle. I think that's a real win. And maybe it does keep Stefanski here, maybe it doesn't. But playing through the whistle in Week 18, whether you get the 3rd pick, the 1st pick, or the 10th pick, man, I just want to see these guys go out, continue to do what they've done all season, because they finally have a chance to win. And I know Vegas says a 7.5 point game. That's fine. Don't care. Because the reality is, I think this is going to be a closer game than that. I'd take the Browns to the points, and I want to see that fight, and I want to see a win.
Now, on the other side of this, I do hope they go 4-0 over the remaining stretch, solely for the idea that it would just make me enraged that we could have had a really fun season.
No, I think, and by the way,
I'll be enraged by it. It's funny. I'm rooting for me to get angry, have all sorts of angry thoughts and opinions, but it's kind of where I'm at.
It's the ultimate catch-22 of, well, why didn't we do this 6 weeks sooner?
And it'll only be exasperated by that.
But also, can you fire Stefanski for that if he won the final 4 games of the season?
And that'll be a fun debate, too.
216. I can already see the Week 19 topic. 216-474-0092. Is Shador playing well in a Browns loss? The best case scenario this weekend? We'll ask our buddy Jason Pinkston in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Fackrell's also out with his hand injury. Get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Shador Sanders, Caleb Williams, Browns, Bears. This Sunday, kickoff at 1. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you are on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, you can vote on the poll. The results I don't love right now. Is Shador playing well? In a loss, in a Browns loss, the best case scenario versus the Bears, 64% of voters saying yes.
We just got this instant gratification world. We just got to stop it down. This is a good sign for you, the YouTube community. We can think longer than just the 4 games. We can understand that next year is more important than the remaining 4 games. I like this.
I think they're interconnected. I think the more success you have, the more team success. I think the more confidence you can build in that locker room of the guys who actually will be here.
No, I look at it like a Bears win this weekend isn't going to be something that, 8 months from now, 7 months from now, they're going to be like, really glad we got that win against Chicago. We needed that one. But Shador compounding what he did last week and then making this count, I think does.
216-474-0092. And again, that's at 92.3 The Fan's YouTube chat there if you want to go ahead and have a vote there. Don't forget to like the video and, of course, give us a little follow there. Follow the 92.3 The Fan channel. But to have this conversation, talk Bears, Browns, stop Bears, stop Browns, we head out to the Fan hotline. He's a gentleman. It's one of our favorite human beings that we come across on a daily basis. I honestly think that the Browns O-line, we got Greco on the station, we got Pink on the station, we got Joe Thomas on the station. Every Browns offensive lineman that we've had on the station, Wyatt obviously still a Browns, we just haven't, it's like the Browns select the best people as offensive linemen. Now that I've buttered him up here, Jason Pinkston joins us now. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
So can you concur with us, by the way? I just threw out a fact there that I've never met a Browns offensive lineman that I didn't think was just a nice human. Do the Browns exclusively select nice hog mollies?
You have to. Your O-line guys, we're easygoing. You're really not in the news too often. You don't get the credit that you may deserve. We keep our head down. We stick together. We're a unit. Those are some of the best guys on your team. Very interesting group of guys.
All right. I was annoyed after the Titans lost that people called that the best case scenario because Shador played great, but they lost, which meant good draft positioning. The poll on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel also is now agreeing with that idea. So I'll ask you, is Shador playing well in a Browns loss the best case scenario versus the Bears?
I disagree. I'd rather see that. I thought he played, very well in that game. He made a couple great throws there. The bad interception, but I'd rather see him play well and win a game instead of lose the game. Everyone's worried about the draft stock, obviously, because our season is over. We're not going to be a playoff football team, but you want to see the team win. I do want to see the team win here, and wherever we fall in the draft order, I just hope we pick the right person and the right player that's going to help our team next year.
If they win, Pink, then I want them to win the next 3 after this. I want you to either emphatically do it or don't do it at all. That's kind of where I'm like, because if you win the next 4 and you beat a lot of really good teams, I do think there is something about that can carry over. Plus, it'll just be my conversation around Shador incredibly easy.
Absolutely. I think if they go out there and they just win these next 4 games, you have something to build on for next year, especially if the quarterback goes out and plays well. Now, I mean, we have a small sample of him, or it'd be 6, 7 games, 8 max. I don't think that is going to tell you everything we need to know about him, but I think it's definitely something to build on and something to work with.
So with that, it's been interesting. And I think from the Browns' perspective, folks saying this are right, which is I do think Kevin Stefanski is basically telling Shador, if you want to be my quarterback, just don't turn the ball over. That's been a big missive for Kevin all season long. And I'll be honest with you, Pink, after Sunday, I want points on the board. All right? I can forgive an INT here, a fumble there. If you put another 4 TDs on the board, we're copacetic. So for you, with this next run here for Shador, are you honing in more on how many touchdowns he can score or limiting those turnovers?
Let it go. Let the ball fly. If you're confident and you like to throw and you think you can make it, let it fly. Interceptions are going to happen. Turnovers are going to happen. Yes, you want to limit those and you get those cleaned up after you watch the film. Maybe you saw something that you weren't expecting and you made a bad throw. But I can live with that if we're trying to go after it. I didn't like Shador's first outing. I thought he was kind of timid, kind of held on the ball because he didn't want to make a mistake. And then I think he kind of said, I'm just going to let it fly here. And, it was exciting to watch that game last week, to see the ball move and to see a quarterback throw for more than one touchdown. And we put some points on the board. And, our defense is good enough, obviously not last game, but I think our defense is good enough to overcome a turnover here and there. So I'd rather see us put some points on the board, throw the ball down the field. We have nothing to lose right now. Just go for it. If you're going to go for it, be all in on it and say, screw it. I'm going to let the ball fly and let's see what happens here.
You've been obviously in NFL locker rooms. So I don't know if you saw the video or not, but Shador was presented by Browns players an award. It's called the Himmy Award, to suggest that I'm him is the point, right? Like it's like a football player. It looks like a Grammy. Looks like a Oscar. Looks like one of those awards, right? So it's good prepresentation.
I just love you explaining the Himmy Award. That's my favorite.
I think it needs an explanation.
I know, it does.
If I left it at Himmy, I don't know that we'd 100% get it.
It's fair.
So I think we had to do it. All right, first off, have you ever been part of a locker room where they've done something like this, like some sort of gesture, whatever that is, where it's like, okay, we are clearly behind this guy. But how important is it that it seems like everyone in the locker room, they feel like they got a second chance here with Shador?
So this is the new age of football, and I kind of think this comes from some of the college football. On the sidelines, they have the chains and they're dunking balls for the turnovers.
Oh, you hate it.
We didn't have that when I was playing.
You hate it, Pink, don't you?
Oh, what's wrong? They're having fun.
The coach would give if everyone played well and it was
Stefanski's not getting the game ball. We know that. That's been established.
Correct. And they would give they give a player, hey, you're going to get the game ball, or they gave the whole offensive line a game ball. We didn't have the Hennessy Award. I think that this is the new era of football that they're having these awards. But you know what? I'm happy for him that he got that. It shows some support from his teammates, and they're recognizing some of the things that he's doing well. And good for him. If they gave him that award, if that's what it takes now to get these young guys up and they want to win an award, go for it. But, I would turn in all the awards for a winning season, and much so would the majority of those guys.
I think he would too. I think it more displays the idea that they went out, they created the award, they presented it to him unbeknownst to himself.
Don't let him talk you into it, Pink.
And
this is this modern era, these soft athletes. Come on, Pink.
I missed Dylan Gabriel's I'm Him Award. I missed that presentation.
I would have
it's much smaller.
I do not like the idea of it. Hey, if you play great and they give you the game ball, if you play good on Sunday night and they give you the turkey leg on Thanksgiving, cool. That's already been established. That's been done on our game. And everyone wants the made up. The made up stuff is, they can keep all that. That was.
You almost said participation trophy. Yep. You almost went participation.
All right, Pink.
Yeah, we don't.
I know I cut you off there. Sorry, buddy. Pink.
No, that's all good. I just, you got me fired up about these made up awards and things. It's not my era. It's different now. But hey,
you're like 35, dude.
I'm 38, but I'm old school though. I come from the old school. I'm beyond my years. I feel.
You haven't even had a midlife crisis yet.
Actually, you're right on target for it. It's going to hit you. The kicks like a mule, though, buddy.
Have you bought a Corvette yet to offset the midlife crisis, or what?
I have not, but I do have lower back pain, so that could be a problem.
I think that's just being a football player. I don't think that's anything else. Jason Pinkston on the fan hotline here. We have watched the offensive line get guys in, get guys out. I am curious if you've caught wind of anything that's going on with Wyatt Teller.
You know, I'm kind of confused on what is going on there. Obviously, listen, we got we have a solid group of guys, older guys, banged up guys. I think we kind of made some mistakes there of not maybe bringing some players in, and injuries. Obviously, they're a part of the game. We're older. We're a little long in the tooth. We have to get younger at that position. Was confused about Wyatt and why he was rotating in, and that's beyond me, and that's in the locker room. That's on the coaches. Maybe he wasn't playing as well as they want him to, or something happened disciplinary, which I doubt in his case. He seems like a very good. He's probably in the building early, one of the last guys to leave. So I think they maybe wanted to take a look at some of these younger guys and get them some reps, some live action reps and see if they could help the team in the future. But, for me, sitting back and watching it, I got a feeling that we're going to be picking some offensive linemen up here within the draft or within free agency. And I think there's going to be a different group of guys going out there.
So we haven't talked about it in about a week because Wyatt has missed the Titans game and he's going to miss this game already. But basically, he, as you mentioned, he was doing a timeshare with Tevin Jenkins at right guard in the San Francisco game. And after the game, he was asked about it, and he basically said he was led to believe it was about a performance issue. Kevin Stefanski was asked about it, and Kevin said that it was because of injury, and then immediately declared him out for the next game, and we have not seen hide nor hair for Wyatt since. I'm still pretty outraged at how they're handling this, given what Wyatt has meant to this team. It's one thing for a guy to have performance issues. It's another thing just when he's ready to be upfront about it. They're not. If you're in that locker room, like, how do you handle this scenario where I think you're confused, I think we're confused, and I think if you follow any of Wyatt's family on social media, they sure feel like this has not been handled on an up-and-up level as well.
No, you know what, I agree with you there and your whole assessment. I think it was, I thought I read something about his calf was injured, and then he came out and said, I'm not injured, I'm ready to go. And I believe when you have a scenario like that, he's pretty much calling your coach out and saying, no, they're telling you something different than what what I was told. And, that's not the right way to handle it. I think, when you do things like that, a lot of the players, they'll lose faith in you very quickly. Wyatt, who's been a great player for us, he's been one of our best guards that we had in a long time, and I think that it's very disrespectful to him, to his family, to be treated that way. Everybody goes through tough times when you're playing in NFL. You're not going to be playing your best ball all the time, but that dude is a warrior. He's a fighter, and he's played very good football with us, and Stefanski does owe him that, and to be truthful and to be transparent with him on where he stands and what their plan is for him.
All right, how does this all end for Kevin Stefanski? Is it a new job? Is he fired? Is he the coach next year in 2026?
I hate to see people lose their job, because they have families. I'm very sensitive to that. I've been through it with multiple coaches losing a job, but, I really don't see how they bring him back next year unless, that they really truly believe in him. I think some of the decisions of him, hey, I don't want, I'm going to take a step back from calling the plays and just be the coach. And, some of the things that happened late in the games this season of, missed timeouts and communication errors. I really don't know. I think it's a maybe a 50-50 maybe, if not a higher percent that he is not the coach next year.
All right, Jason, when it comes down to it, who do you think should be the head coach if it's not Kevin Stefanski?
It's above my pay grade, buddy. My checkbook don't expand that far to get who I would want in there. I really don't know. I wish I could give you, hey, this could be the guy. I think it's extremely hard everyone says, oh, we should fire this guy. But who are you going to go get? Who really wants to come in there and take that job? I don't know. I thought last year that there was a guy on the staff that was, possibly could be the guy that steps in and take over if they made a change, but he ended up in New England, and he's doing very well for himself with that football team. So I really don't know, and I can't say on, who they would like or who they have their eye on if they have their eye on somebody. But, I hope it's someone, if it does come down to it and they do make a change, I hope it's someone that embraces that community, those fans, and really bring back Cleveland Browns football. Because, 5 years ago, we're in the playoffs and we're playing good football. And I truly believe that game up there in Kansas City, I don't cry about the refs often, but if that call was made to that helmet to helmet, I think that the Browns win that football game and they play an AFC championship game. They were so close 5 years ago. To see where we are today is just very disappointing.
Pink, your lightsaber's ready.
I hear you, buddy. I wish.
He doesn't get it.
So we've been hearing a buzzing sound off and on.
That was a good way to go through it, though.
What you got going on over there, big fella?
Well, I'm sitting at my computer desk. I was waiting on some contract things for work, and I said, it's funny you said that, because Santa, I think, got those for my son, the lightsabers this year. So I had to come up with something quick there. So that's the first thing that popped in my head.
All right, hey, you're getting a Hemi for this one, okay?
You are him.
Oh, please, David, give it to somebody that's an all pro. That's going to be an all pro that deserves it. I'm not a Hennessy. I'm a normal guy.
I like that you keep calling him.
I do too.
It's a funny bit. Pink, we appreciate you, buddy.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. Go Browns as always, man. Let's go. Let's get a win. Let's go in Chicago and get a win. Have our defense step up and see Shador tear it apart. Let it fly.
Happy holidays, buddy. Jason Pinkston there, former Browns offensive lineman, a Himothy. Second time he said, the first time I giggled, the second time
I just thought he said Hennessy and was just confused by the award. And then I was like, okay, he's doing his own branding. With the Pepsi Player of the Week, I didn't know Pink was handing out the Hennessy Player of the Week.
I'll tell you, I think it'd be an interesting, I'd take it. I kind of want a Hennessy too. 216-474.
It is a Friday. Yeah, it's a Friday. It's like 3:30 though. I don't know.
I don't understand.
You know me. I don't even drink at this point.
Is Shador playing well in a Browns loss the best case scenario versus the Browns? And the Baker Bashers are back. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here. And if you're like me, we can get the winter blues, right? We know what that.
Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive on a Football Friday on an F-Off Friday. Great stuff with Jason Pinkston. Always great to have him on the show. We do have Trevor Sikkema of PFF and the
known Shador hater. Let's see if he's changed.
You gonna take a victory lap?
I just want to get every Shador hater one by one to come on and then be like, you know what? Here's where we missed. So that'll be fun. Or, even better yet,
double down?
Double down. Hit me.
All right, here's
Let's
the thing.
get to the blackjack table.
Here's the thing with him. Anytime somebody goes like that, that's a known Shador hater, you get incensed.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what happened. Are you telling me to get incensed, or you think it's going to happen that I'll get incensed?
I kind of want to see it happening. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, it's again. There's listen. You're the one that's buddies with Sikkema. I'm not buddies with Sikkema. So that means I will just free call it how we see it. Is the point there? But don't egg it on. I mean, don't egg it on.
No.
If it gets there, it gets there.
I would never. That's not my
But
role
I do expect him to do what every analyst has done or person that breaks down all 22. And I can't believe some of the throws he made last week. I cannot believe some of the throws he made last week.
And then I also expect him to say he knew about Sharon Moore in July.
Yeah, exactly. It just keeps going back further and further now.
I actually knew about it. I was there in the room. Yeah. I watched it happen.
By the end of the week, it'll be people that say, well, you know, when they gave him the job, we always heard that this was a thing.
I wrote the check for the DNC. Listen, I was there. That's how in I was on it.
If Harbaugh if he wasn't so preoccupied with milksteak, people might believe it was like she went from Harbaugh to Moore.
Did you see the Harbaugh story?
No, I saw you. I think you talked about it on Twitter or mentioned it or something, and then I clicked into it and I said that's too long to read.
So basically, it comes down to this guy is a Michigan grad. So I'm assuming the time is like 2000, 2001. So that like towards the end of Jim Harbaugh's playing career in the NFL. And Harbaugh was in Ann Arbor, walked into a bar. These two co-eds were kind of like flirting with him. And Harbaugh went, "You guys want to play catch?" And the girl, and so, you know, this guy watches Harbaugh walk out with these two co-eds, and he's like, "Well, somebody's going home with Jim Harbaugh." No. Jim Harbaugh got a football and started throwing to them, and including spraining one of the girls' fingers.
Oh, of course.
And then he was like, "Come on, let's get going here." Like being like, "Put some dirt on it." And then he started having the girls run routes.
Because of course, what else would you do in that scenario, right? What else would you do?
Apparently, these young co-eds kept on just getting, like a broken finger and like took one to the shoulder and just were really struggling with it.
I wonder if they thought they were playing for the idea to go home with Jim Harbaugh.
I think they did.
Is that it? And then,
yeah.
And honestly, Jim probably would have chosen the one that did better.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think Jim, it was all ball for him.
We just went back and grabbed a beer and that was it.
Yeah, he was like, all right, guys, I think you could have done better, but
you got some things to work on.
I'm going to go get a course banquet.
I do love that. So that is part of we talk about football guys all the time. That is part of being a football guy, is that you're so entrenched in being a football guy, you just got blinders to everything else. That's why a lot of people that say they're football guys aren't really football guys.
I'll be honest with you, met a lot of football players. They can divide their attention pretty well.
Football players can, but if we're talking these football guys. We're talking the Harbaughs of the Harbaughs. The like Coach Riz. Coach Riz he's not losing focus there.
Yeah,
Coach Riz would take if he was single. He's happily married. If he was single, I could see that move happening.
The Raiders have just announced Kenny Pickett will start on Sunday against Philadelphia.
Oh, great! Another misevaluation by the Browns.
Oh no! This is
we can move that forward.
Where are Pickett people at? This is your glow up. This is your god.
We didn't even have a fun name for them, did we? We just called him Jason Lloyd.
I'm just gonna let that sit there.
Well, he'd be the first one to tell you that was his choice. He liked Kenny Pickett. Let that sit.
So
that was his big campaign.
So is anyone going to flip out if Kenny Pickett has a decent game and the Eagles win on Sunday?
He's not going to have a good game.
You're right. He's not. He stinks.
We know this. This is like there's not even a question. We know this.
But if he does,
and it'll just be another person that we can sit there and say, "Wow, they really thought that this was going to be a good thing."
But if he does,
in their long run of misevaluations from the quarterback spot.
But if he does,
a Cal Ripken-esque streak before they just stumble into Shahim.
But if he does,
yeah, he won't.
He won't. He stinks.
It's garbage. And then we brought so many people on that wanted to try to make the case for Kenny Pickett being awesome at football, and we just had to stop. We were trying hard not to laugh as they were doing it because we knew there was going to be a serious, actual battle. If he doesn't get injured, he's starting week 1. I really do believe that.
Not just week 1. I think he gets at least the first half of the season.
I know. Like that's like the world we could have lived in. I don't know about the whole first half of the season, but. It would have been just a disaster.
So I will say it will be interesting if Shador has a bad game on Sunday, or if the game is impacted by the elements, and neither quarterback has a good game. It's not going to matter if Kenny Pickett has a good game. There are going to be a lot of people with their hair on fire. We can just see this one happening now. I tend to think Kenny Pickett stinks, and one game doesn't make him good. But it would at least be an interesting wrinkle in a season of interesting wrinkles.
You know the commentary attached to this, right? And this is kind of, if I'm going to just spin this into how impressive Shador was on Sunday, the commentary, I know, what a stretch for me to be able to pull that off. But the commentary is going to be something along the lines of like Kenny Pickett's got no chance to look good because the Raiders' offensive line is a turnstile. They can't do anything. And they actually even have receivers. Brock Bowers is back as one of the best tight ends in the game from a pass-catching standpoint. But like you're not supposed to win with that bad offensive line and that bad pass-catching core that he has. And I could make a legitimate argument that the Browns' offensive line and receiving core is worse than what the Raiders are. That's what makes Sunday so impressive.
Yeah, I would agree. I just think Kenny Pickett stinks. And here's the thing. I'm not afraid of him having one bad game, although I'm sure I'll get the tweets. I'm not afraid of him having six good games, 8 good games. At some point, this is the Daniel Jones principle. This is why the Colts were so silly to trade 2 first-rounders for Sauce Gardner, because Daniel Jones had 8 good games. They'll claim it was the injury. If the injury never happens, he wouldn't know. He just had 8 good games. It does happen to bad quarterbacks that they luck into the right sequencing of games that they have a good game. Same thing applies with Kenny Pickett. He can finish out the season with good stuff.
I just don't even think he will.
No, I don't either.
No.
But I'm just saying, 4 good games doesn't offset the rest of the tape, which says he is stink on duty.
And the Browns tried pushing that as the best option.
That's Kevin Stefanski's guy.
My goodness.
Think about the 2 guys Kevin Stefanski really wanted to start this year for the Cleveland Browns.
If it was a Stefanski, like if he had his druthers, if Pickett had stayed healthy, it would have been Pickett into Gabriel.
Also, some people saying that he wasn't from his teammates, it was from Monday Night Football.
I saw that commentary. I wouldn't know. I just know the teammates handed it to him. And the video is of the teammates going up to him with the presentation of it all and presenting it to him as if it was an Oscar or it was a Grammy. It was one of those awards, and then they take it. Then they all, like, Shador has this look of like, kind of lame, little lame, but then they're like in the background you can hear him be like, no, it's cool, this is cool, and so he gives like that golden Shador smile that he does, and then just you can see he just kind of like puts it in his locker.
It is late December. Should the Browns already have a plan? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Kevin Stefanski has named Shador Sanders the starter for the rest of the season.
He has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games. He's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
What about 2026? We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Trevor Sikkema coming up at 5:20 today. It's a Football Friday, NFL Friday. Nick and JP with you. We just want to point out our friends over there on 102.1 FM are doing a great radiothon. The 2025 Rainbow Radiothon is back. You can join Star 102's Jen and Tim today as they raise money for the kids at UH Rainbow and Babies Children's. You guys, if you'd like to know on ways to give, you can go to Star 102 Cleveland for a link where you can make a donation, or you can text UH Rainbow, all caps, to 34984. Always a great thing they do. Proud of our team over there, but proud of the Browns here, obviously, as we get to see what Shador does this Sunday. Now, it should be noted, we didn't get to the Albert Breer report yesterday, where I couldn't tell whether Albert Breer was saying that the most likely thing is that Barry and Stefanski are back, or if maybe there's more of a chance than we all believe that at least one of them is gone. But it does seem like if you take that as kind of where the Browns are, that the Browns might not have a firm grasp on where they're going with Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Barry going forward.
Yeah, and listen, I have no idea how they make up their mind on Andrew Barry at this point, although Andrew Barry seems like he's almost 100% safe.
Yeah.
I think all of us could agree we'd be shocked if tomorrow, or let's say at the end of the season, it came out that Andrew Barry was part of the firing. It really comes down to whether or not Kevin has been able to do enough through Shador in order to keep his job.
Yeah, and I just think in general, I think the Browns can say we play nice together and kumbaya and all that other stuff and thought partners and all that. You have 2 straight seasons where you lose this much, and eventually someone's going to come looking for a scapegoat. And in fairness, the Browns have had a scapegoat darn near every year.
Well,
right?
And it could be easy to find one. And yes, they always have one going back to the Joe Woods days. They've always been able to find somebody. If at the end of the season they wanted to make Bubba Ventrone the scapegoat, they could do that. Now, we might all say that's not good enough, and we might scream about it, but they would then turn around and be like, all right, like really, the Bubba Ventrone move is the same as the Ken Dorsey move.
Yeah.
That's just changing something up and then saying, all right, we've done something a little bit different.
I think what's interesting about this is we're right in the kind of position where I would expect them to be making the decision, but I'm not concerned if they don't have a plan yet.
Well, I get what you're saying, but what's interesting to me is that it feels like 95% of the fan base has already made up their mind.
Yeah, that usually happens.
So what is the other 5% hanging on to that would be the same thing that Haslam is hanging on to? Like I saw somebody earlier today. Forgive me, it wasn't anybody that is like in the media's place or anything like that. It was just a fan that I follow. And he was like, all right, so tell me why we shouldn't keep Stefanski. And the responses back were like, well, he's won 6 games in 2 years. That's the end of the conversation. Because the guy was trying to legitimately make a case that Stefanski had done a good enough job and seemed like he was good at his job. And it was like, you're just ignoring the wins part of this. You're just ignoring how many losses he has. Like we know this. We know Jimmy Haslam told us. He told everybody in that thing that got leaked out, 5 games into the season, that 3 wins isn't good enough. That's what he said. So if you go 0 for 4 over the next 4 weeks, I don't know how Jimmy Haslam would walk away thinking this was good.
Well, but I actually think this is a defense of that. If you're Jimmy and you want to have the most amount of information for this year, I don't think this year should be the make or break. But then again, if it isn't, then you could have just fired him last offseason. But I can understand if you go, all right, we finally are getting good quarterback play. We have a one-off bad defensive performance. Let's see what happens in the final 4 games. I can see Jimmy having, because there's a personal relationship. You and I don't have a day-to-day personal relationship over the last 6 years with Kevin Stefanski. Nobody but the beat reporters in town really have. So, and even then, there's stretches of time where they're not hanging out, chilling with Kevin Stefanski. Like if you're in the office, like at some point, you got to make a decision real quick because you're going to have to act real quick. But I get it if Jimmy's thinking to himself, I at least owe it to Kevin to let this go down to the wire, and I don't think we're at the wire yet.
Totally fair. Totally fair. Like, if you want to see what the next 4 games are, like, is there a part of Haslam that just wants to make sure that if Shador is awesome over the next 4 games and you're winning a lot of these games and you look competitive in these games, that he wants to keep that continuity alive? Is that going to be the case?
Yes, 100%.
Like, because there is the thought process out there, and we can debate, again, we have the amount of credit that Shador deserves versus what Stefanski deserves, but there's a thought out there that if it's rolling, why would you disband that?
Yeah.
And so, the last thing Haslam could do is fire Stefanski, hire Robert Saleh, let's say, a defensive-minded coach, and then watch Shador take a step backwards next year, and then everybody wonder, oh, no, did we make a mistake? And so that's what I think the next 4 games are. And that's where I think he is. He's trying to figure out how much of this is because Shador is just Shador, and how much of this is we need to make sure it's a Shador and Stefanski collab. And this is what's actually happening.
Well, and remember, the Browns can still be making inroads and having conversations. There are times where those conversations happen in November and December, and the coach keeps their job. Whether they're talking to agents or canvassing kind of the market, just to size up, hey, if we do have to make a move, what? So you could have already done the background work if you need to make a move. Here's something I also think that in terms of, because again, I've made up my move. I'm done with Stefanski. Right. And I don't think I can get rid of Stefanski and Barry, so I'll take the guy that I think is part of the problem out, and I'll give anyone that wants to say Andrew Barry just had maybe the best draft in Cleveland Browns history, I'll give you, it's recency bias. He could tank this next draft, but I'll at least give you this draft, right? If I give John Dorsey the first 4 picks of the 2018 draft and hold that up as gospel, I got to do the same with this. But, I can at least make that. But I understand if Jimmy goes, all right, we'll do that background stuff, but there's just not a guy out there that I'm concerned about losing, right? Like, there are guys I like. I've mentioned David Shaw, although I know that was met to crickets. If he
Not for me, I like David Shaw.
Well, no, I meant in general, fans of that's the guy you want.
I've always liked David Shaw.
I'd talk to John Gruden. I'd talk to Mike McCarthy. I'd talk to Adam Stenovich of Green Bay. I'd talk to a lot of people because to me, I don't give a rat's patootie. That's the second time I've said patootie in this show. I'm sorry, guys. The rat's ass. I don't care when the search starts. It's just, to me, it then becomes, because there's not a singular Vrabel, Belichick, Carroll in this. That's fine. Then it becomes about you just have to get the right outcome.
Well, there's not even a Vrabel Ben Johnson combo either. You know what I mean? This seems like it's a pretty barren desert, and that might impact his decision with this too. I really do wonder how much of this is just tied to the idea that legitimately Shador could just save Stefanski's job.
I think that's fair. I also think I wouldn't put it past Jimmy to say, I don't see a coach out there that's better than the coach I have, although I don't know what's going to change in a year. Hey, Thomas Brown got more head coaching interviews, so a year from now, I really feel good about Thomas Brown. You know what I mean?
Unless he just doesn't want to start the new head coach off on the wrong foot. Like if Shador all of a sudden stumbles over the next 4 games, and then they feel like to themselves that it's going to be like a Deshaun Watson versus Shador quarterback battle, and they don't even think that's like a winning enterprise. If they believe that, not that I believe it, but they believe that, then they might just wait, and Stefanski can take more losses in the meanwhile.
216-474-0092. Should the Browns have already made up their minds with Stefanski and Barry? I do think they've made up their mind on Andrew. I would be shocked.
I do too, yeah.
I would be shocked if he was not here next year. And I know that's going to upset some people, but...
Isn't that... I just kind of feel like that's standard practice for how we think about this now.
Yeah, well, and also, listen, I think there's a lot of logic to most GMs of the NFL get 2, unless you are... It's visible you can't draft at all, unless it is... Maybe you have the worst trade in NFL history on your record. Unless it is just undisputable, you can't be trusted. It would make sense if Jimmy says, all right, I don't want to have to do both hirings alone. Let's go ahead and give Andrew. I believe in both guys, but I'm going to choose one of them, and then I'm going to let him help me choose the next head coach.
And if what tipped the scales was the Deep Podesta to baseball move, then that's what tipped the scales. But it seems like he's there now.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, if Deep Podesta losing means I got to keep one of Stefanski or Barry, I'll make that sacrifice 10 times out of 10. To get him out of this building and to get this, and again, it's the, and they still have it, and it's something I shouldn't say when, if they have a new head coach, I really want this guy to just not be doing the corporate fakeness of, well, these are all of our moves. They're all of our children, and we love them all equally, and we're all equally responsible. No, it's football. Certain people make certain decisions, and even if the power is divvied up in a way that is closer to the way Pepsi runs their organization than, let's say, the Belichickian Patriots ran their organization, okay, but at the end of the day, somebody has to be responsible for things like wins and losses or individual decisions.
Yeah, no, I mean, no doubt about it. It's a little surprising to me that they'd be this open-minded, but they've been this open-minded the entire time. And this also goes back to the idea, Nick, they want Stefanski to succeed. Yeah. They have the entire time. Yep. Like, they've not been shy about this. They've given everyone between Stefanski and AB more than enough fair opportunities to make this work. And so it wouldn't shock me that they're extending that leash and they're trying to really see this whole thing through.
216-474-0092. Sure, the Browns have already made up their minds on Stefanski and Barry. I think they have on at least one of them. But I don't think this is the kind of year where you should panic about being late to the game in the coaching market simply because there isn't a Vrabel or a Ben Johnson a need to have it. This is going to be, if you get this right, it's going to be running a good search, which at that point, that's about you, not about the market. Todd. Welcome to the show, buddy.
What's up, Todd?
Jonathan, Nick. So let the contracts ride out. I hope that's what they made their mind to do. How long is Stefanski's contract good for?
Isn't it one more year after this next one?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, man, let his contract ride out. They're only going to be able to do so much with the players that they have. And Stefanski should hope that he doesn't get thrown out of here, too, because everybody in the league saw those last two plays against Tennessee. So whatever you think of him overall is what have you done lately, and that wasn't good. Shador's not going to play well, Nick. The Bears are more than one step better than Tennessee. The secondary, I looked at the injury report. The secondary is healthy in Chicago. They're going to pad their resume on Shador. And the dude don't really have no quit in him. I believe he's going to give a strong effort through the end of the game, but only expect about 8 minutes of good competitive football from the Browns, and that's going to be at the beginning of the game. Miles gets 2, the Browns go down, and the Bears keep pushing because they got something to do in the second week in January.
Sometimes 8 good minutes is all you got. Todd, we appreciate you, buddy. Good to hear from you. 216-474-0092. I think a lot of people have taken that tact, by the way. The Shador's not going to have a good game. And some folks are protecting themselves. I think some folks are trying to protect Shador. Here's the thing. I also think it happens to fall in logic that it's okay if you expect that, or at least a worse game than Tennessee, given the elements.
I mean, you have to think worse game than what you just saw last week, because last week was 4 touchdowns, 360 yards, almost 400 all-purpose yards. Like, there has to be some come-down element to that. But I think the cold is what's scaring people. And also the idea that the Bears, first off, they force a lot of takeaways, Nick. They give up a lot of yards on the ground.
Yeah.
They're giving up, I think it's 5 yards a carry on the ground. So, like, it wouldn't surprise me if the Browns leaned into a big run game. And then it has a lot of us fans being like, what happened? Why'd you try to limit Shador? But, like, it should be Quinshawn in a lot of ways in this game.
We've got a Kevin Stefanski comp you're not going to love, but it's how people see him. And another day, another Tommy Reese rumor. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
Boston low 94 points last Saturday. Tip-off tonight is 7 p.m. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Trevor Sikkema coming up in just about 1 hour's time. The lead coming up. More fun on the way. However, Dan Graziano put a list out there of the top coaching candidates. I actually think it was more of a top coordinating list, but again, I think Vance Joseph of Denver was on it.
Still having the time of his life.
However, Dan Graziano at the end put his wild card as Kevin Stefanski, which kind of ties into whether the Browns should have a plan or not.
Was he back? Is he considered a wild card now?
Yes, because he's saying if Stefanski gets fired, that Stefanski would shoot to the top of the list or near the top of the list.
So couldn't you make just about anybody that we've talked about be that wild card? Like, it is interesting he chose Stefanski, but I could be like, if Mike Tomlin gets fired, if John Harbaugh gets fired, if Zach Taylor gets fired, if Sean McDermott gets fired, there's a lot of coaches that could get fired this offseason.
There are. I will say I think they look. I'm going to assume that he looks at those other guys and goes, well, they're not getting fired, but it's the Browns. They're firing Stefanski.
Is that it? Because it's funny. We talked about how lackluster this whole coaching search is, but it almost feels like when we're talking about quarterbacks in a sense of like, you never know what's going to just open up and appear behind a random door. And it feels like there are some really good names that could just pop up and be open.
Are you ready for the comp that Dan Graziano made?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's like a head coaching comp?
Yeah.
Okay.
He compared it.
I'm going to hate it. Okay.
And this is not the first time we've heard it. He compared it to when Andy Reid was let go in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And
they're all talking to the same people.
I would like to point out, just so we're clear here, it's just Stefanski's agent, by the way, but I'd like to point out here, Andy Reid had gone to multiple NFC title games. Andy Reid had been to a Super Bowl. And Andy Reid had a 12-year, 13-year run of success in Philadelphia that included making the playoffs more often than not.
While also making every quarterback that had been in Philadelphia the best version of themselves.
Including
like down to Kevin Cobb.
Post-prison Michael Vick.
Yeah, like there was every stretch of quarterback that you saw was the very best version of themselves under Andy Reid. What's happened here, though? Because Albert brought this up, too.
Mm-hmm.
We had other people. You say, came from their agent, but it's like, did the agent come up with the Andy Reid comp as well? And make that what needs to be out there? Because this is clearly what's going around everywhere.
When Albert first came up with it, thought of that.
When Albert first came up with it, I just gave Albert credit with it. I was like, all right, he came up with that one. That's on him. But the idea that now they're both thinking the same very inappropriate, almost borderline offensive head coach as the guy, it has me thinking that this is the push.
Is it more okay? Is this out of pocket? Is this disrespectful for Kevin Stefanski for me to say that it's not Andy Reid? It is Robert Saleh getting fired from the Jets.
Okay, but.
High-profile quarterback. Now, in fairness, Robert didn't have a winning season or a playoff appearance.
Yeah, he had no success.
So who's the right guy?
Well, honestly, Belichick is not a bad comp. Like Belichick's time with the Browns. It's
Mike McCoy. Can we get that too?
Mike McCoy. Yeah. But
Anthony Lynn.
But if you want to go from that direction, you need to do somebody that had about enough years mixed with very actual little success in order to then move the conversation forward to then give them some sort of great big ending.
All right.
And that's hard because checking off 5+ years of experience while being as mediocre as Stefanski is hard to come up with to then turn around and be awesome.
I think I got it.
Okay.
It's Jay Gruden. Now, Jay Gruden was fired in season, but Jay Gruden made the playoffs once instead of twice in 6 seasons on the job.
Okay.
He had a .418 career winning percentage. He did win the NFC East once. That's one thing Kevin doesn't have to this point.
Good friends of Coach Riz, by the way, Jay Gruden.
And again, he went to the playoffs once. He did lose in the playoff game. So he didn't have a playoff win, but 6 years, dysfunctional organization, and had some success, but nearly not enough. Now, the difference is Jay Gruden didn't...
He never got another opportunity, though. Like, if we're gonna finish out this comp, this 1-for-1, it has to finish with somebody that got a great ending. It's not just getting 5 years and then just being done. It's because if not, then we could just say he's Frank Reich.
Poor Frank Reich.
You know what I mean? Or
Poor
like
Frank.
Maybe that's just. I mean then that's honestly probably the best comp we can come up with.
Super nice guy.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's a great guy.
Not the most outrageous personality on the history of the planet. Both press conferences will bore you to tears.
So like if you're gonna do this, we have to do it almost from the angle of, has this second act that actually pays off?
Not Dan Quinn.
Okay, so now we're talking in an interesting way.
Because I feel like that's appropriate.
I like this one. Now the funny thing about Dan Quinn though, is that he gets zero credit for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Like zero.
In fairness, he never really got credit for Matt Ryan because he didn't draft him, and then his best thing was hiring Shanahan.
And I don't think Stefanski's narratives would ever be attached to the idea that he would have a quarterback, because I tried making this the other day, the idea that there are head coaches across the league that get zero credit for their quarterbacks being good, and this is what should play out with Shador and Stefanski, is that Shador should be playing good, and everyone can just kind of recognize Stefanski's just the Dan Quinn of Jaden Daniels right now. But where Stefanski goes next, that will not be the case for himself.
Yeah.
He will always try to attach himself to the credit of the quarterback, and people will always be lining up to give him that credit.
Dan Quinn did make the playoffs twice in Atlanta, but then he went to a Super Bowl, and he also had a playoff win in the next season as well. 216-474-0092. Do you like the Stefanski-Andy Reid comp for if he leaves Cleveland? I will say, I think there's a name that we have not mentioned if Kevin Stefanski's fired that I think should be in it.
Okay.
Because he's been mentioned in a lot of coaching searches in the college level, and I think it's Tommy Rees. I know it's tough to have a head coach and to have an offense struggle this way and then fire Stefanski and replace him with the offensive coordinator. But I've heard enough of Tommy Rees to think he is a future NFL head coach if he wants it or if he wants to go to college. And I think he does fit the mold of what they're going to want, and you'd know him more because he's been in the building than out of the building.
I mean, a lot of this would have to be based off of things we haven't been able to see with our own eyes.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of this would have to be based off of things that we are just giving him the credit that they know that he could pull this off and he could do this, because it's not like in the year and a half that he's been here, up until Shador last week, we have a bunch of experience that tells us he's awesome at this.
So I think I think what you're trying to split here is that you have enough success with Shador that you feel comfortable with him going forward, and you want to sustain some of what's around him. And then basically you let the lack of team results across 6 years fall on Stefanski. Does that make sense?
Yes, and in this you'd also keep Bill Musgrave, by the way, who continues to be... My Shador people are like, the only person they'll give credit to is Bill Musgrave.
Yeah, he was at Colorado.
The only one they'll be like, this guy also gets credit, and he's helping Shador and has helped Shador out from day one. So you'd have to keep him there, and then you could do the thing with Tommy Rees. But that is a leap of faith in many ways.
I just think it's going to become because Mary Kay's had the report that the Browns are, they want to keep Tommy Rees in house. And certainly he's going to talk to Michigan, and he did interview for Penn State,
which is so
UCLA.
funny because after the Penn State thing, I had Mary Kay on the Sunday show, and she was talking about how Tommy Rees had closed that chapter and everything was done now, and he's just all forward with the Browns. And the Michigan pops up, and it's like, of course he's going to do that.
Yeah.
Because you'd be an idiot not to do that if you're Tommy Rees. But it's funny the positioning of that and how Tommy wanted it framed as if like, I'm focused in on the Browns here, and now until the end of time, and it's like, okay, until Michigan calls a week later.
So Tommy Rees, this was yesterday, was asked about Penn State and other potential gigs.
Yeah, I'm really focused on trying to play good offensive football, get a young quarterback ready to play, support our players. And look, some of those things are flattering and you listen as a competitor. But, for me, like my focus is really how can we go score enough points to win a game? That's really where my focus is right now.
Any interest in the Michigan game?
I'm going to just keep my focus here right now.
That
means
in
yes.
The first half.
Yeah, that means yes.
He had it in the first half.
Well,
he even had a little giggle.
Except for the part where he tried comparing it to being a competitor for some reason. You're going for a head coaching job. You're not. This isn't a gladiator.
No. I'm a competitor, so of course I'm going to want to get a better job than I have now.
Jeez. But why does he keep getting brought up within the college ranks? It's because every time anyone that has a job opening, they all talk to Nick Saban, and Nick Saban goes around telling everybody that Tommy Rees deserves to be a head coach. Yeah. So I don't know that he's got that same backing in the NFL world. I don't know that he does. People like him in the NFL world, but in the college world, he's always going to get opportunities because Saban is telling everybody and anybody that this guy's got it.
I think Saban's endorsement matters.
I mean, it definitely matters in the college ranks.
And not just Saban. Remember, this is the guy that Brian Kelly had as his OC, and Brian Kelly doesn't let anybody coach his offense, and he let Tommy Rees kind of run the offense, I think, second year that he was the OC there.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of sway in the college world. I'm trying to figure out how much of it translates to the NFL world.
I think that's totally fair, but listen, I think if Tommy Rees was let's reverse it. Tommy Rees was the head coach at Michigan, had never coached the NFL, and Nick Saban calls Jimmy Haslam and says, make that kid your head coach. If I'm Jimmy, I say, yeah, not a chance in hell. I'm not going to hire a head coach who's never been a coach on any level in the NFL because he's already in the building. I think there's a segment of coaches that I do think can coach both, and it's all about experience, and it's about your ability to relate to that level. If you talk to enough veterans and they go, I think Tommy Rees is a star in the making, I don't think you let him out the building. I think it's to the extent that I think you make sure before any offers get out there, before he considers any other job, if your head coaching job is open, Tommy Rees has to be the first guy you interview. And I think you offer Jim Schwartz an interview as well, but I certainly think you got to keep Tommy in the building.
I mean, I'm definitely willing to give him the interview. I don't know that that's – I don't know that I want as much of Stefanski's fingerprints on the next head coach.
Yeah, I don't really look at him as a Stefanski guy. I know he was
he's been here now for a year and a half.
Yeah, you're right. I just want to say you're right, but I don't look at the two guys as it wouldn't be the same.
His NFL experience is Stefanski.
No, it is, but it wouldn't be the same if it's like Stephen Bravo Brown, who has become, I think, the assistant quarterback's coach here. If he got the job and this has been his jobs, or Drew Petzing, who followed Kevin from Minnesota to here and was one of his guys. I think it would be very different if one of those guys was your offensive coordinator right now than Tommy, who we've seen have success, albeit in college, at two programs and then come to the NFL and have success is a tough word to say with this offense, but make an impression in the NFL level.
I kind of want to rid myself clean of it all. I want a fresh start. I want nothing to do with any of these Stefanski fingerprints on this. And that's fine if I end up throwing away what turns out to be one of the greatest NFL head coaches of all time. Okay, but there's a big difference between being an offensive coordinator at the college level or even being an offensive coordinator at the NFL level and then being a head coach at the NFL level.
I think there's a huge difference between ridding yourself of Kevin Stefanski and ridding yourself of everything Kevin Stefanski is. To me, this is not the Hugh Jackson stank. This is not the Pat Shurmur stank. I think this has run its course with Kevin. I don't think Kevin is a leader of men. There are things that Kevin has done that I do like. I appreciate the human being. And this is a supposition. It's not, I don't want to say it as a fact. I wonder if it would be easier for a guy like Jim Schwartz to stick around, having been on the staff with Tommy, where you're not guessing, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, we just hired, and I'm going to say this name because it's fresh in my mind, we just hired Green Bay's O-line and run game coordinator Adam Stenovich. Hey, you don't have a relationship with Jim. Jim, you want to stay?
Well, and Schwartz would have to be, that would be mandatory in this whole setup. Because you need someone he's already been a head coach. He can 100%. Easily usher in a lot of hey, this is what you do on this moment in here. And this is the politics of it all, that sometimes get lost in being a head coach.
I also think you'd probably want to bring in an experienced offensive coordinator to help him.
That would be nice.
I wouldn't even hate bringing Alex Van Pelt back, but I think maybe somebody in the organization might hate that because I think AVP was such a great asset for Kevin when he was a young head coach, too.
I would bet the next job Kevin Stefanski has, his offensive coordinator, is Alex Van Pelt.
I think it'd be the funniest thing.
Easy money on that one.
If Tommy Rees got bumped up and then they brought AVP back as OC, Jim Schwartz stays as DC, and Kevin's like, what? You going to just kept AVP for me?
I didn't even think about the comical side of Stefanski getting a new job and the amount of different people that he wants to take there.
Maybe finally he'll let Drew Petzing call plays.
Yeah, right.
And I've always felt bad for Drew. I'm like, man, what did Drew do in this scenario? 216-474-0092. So while we talk about Kevin Stefanski and the plan or lack thereof with the Browns, Tommy Rees is yet in the running for another job. If the Browns move on from Kevin Stefanski, would you want them to at least talk to Tommy Rees and see if he wanted to be the head coach here? I like the idea of some continuity, just not continuity involving Kevin Stefanski. And one former NFL player admitted something I don't think you or I would admit in a million years. That's in 5 years. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP here. We are talking about the coaching carousel and the Browns' plan, or as of right now, lack of plan with it, and whether Tommy Rees, the Browns OC, should be included or not. I do think, just as a quick aside before we get to the clip that I want to play, I do think that some of the way that coaching, some of the reasons why you have such a fail rate at coaches in the NFL is that 90% of the time it is who's the hot coordinator on the winning team. And it usually is found in good logic, but I think too much weight is put on that. For instance, Mike Tomlin was the DC in Minnesota for a year and previously had been the defensive backs coach in Tampa. 1 year of being a defensive coordinator, it wasn't statistically an all-time defense. John Harbaugh, special teams coordinator for Philly, and then had to become the assistant defensive backs coach for 1 year to get a head coaching job. I don't think it's a coincidence. That area of, well, we didn't go to the Super Bowl last year, or maybe it's a underperforming team, but they were good 2 years ago, whatever it is, those aren't as farmed out as, the Buffalo offensive coordinator, Detroit offensive coordinator, those kind of jobs.
Yeah, so like in the case of Tomlin, though, I mean, Tomlin won it because he was a great interviewer.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. Like, he walked in and it was supposed to be a practice interview for him, essentially.
Yeah, Wisenhunt was the guy.
And he just won him over. And so, like, if you have somebody that's like that and just have that much gravitational pull, if that appears out of nowhere, that's how you end up with Dan Campbell in a way. In Detroit as their head coach. Like, Dan Campbell wasn't supposed to get that job, but he was able to talk him into it and basically win the interview.
Supposed to get the Browns a head coaching job, and then
he really wasn't.
Didn't want to run the ball.
Yeah, he got the interview.
How ironic is it?
He got the interview.
That Dan Campbell didn't get the job in 2019 because he wanted to run the ball and wanted to build an offensive ground game. Freddie gets the job. We know how that went. And then they go, all right, Kevin Stefanski, first move. I'm going to run the ball a lot with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, I would say the encouraging part of Haslam doing the search and doing everything, and it's not like I feel like at the end of the day he's got like the world's greatest judgment, but the only time I've ever seen him really go hard for a coach and then not be able to land it, and then everyone be like, yeah, if you could have pulled that off, was when he went for Jim Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. I think there's a part of me that I want to sit back and see if he can go ahead and land the big fish, and let's see what that even looks like.
I just think at some point, you have made every mistake under the sun. At some point, especially if Andrew Berry's there to be I hate to use this because Jimmy's an adult, but to be the less fiery, less emotional guy, maybe that's the best of both worlds, right? Like, Jimmy gets to have his say. Jimmy gets to lead the search. And then Andrew Berry, who the one thing I can guarantee you is that's a classy guy. I think that's a guy who does understand the personalities he can and can't work with, right? That he's kind of there almost as guardrails.
Hey, I mean, I look at it like he's sitting at the right hand of Haslam right now. He's not like the court jester sitting there. Like, I look at him like there's a real power shift in my mind with DePodesta gone to baseball.
I'm just glad DePodesta isn't the guy also helping with the search. Now, that being said, Mitch Morse, remember him? You shouldn't.
Yeah. I do.
I know you do. I was talking about the fans. Former Bills center, former Chiefs center. He was on the This Is Football podcast on ESPN, and I'll be honest with you, I think he admitted something that most adults would not admit, and it happened during an NFL game.
In 2023, I was feeling a little under the weather, so I got 2 IVs, and they're called ringer bags, so it's extra salt. And I'm in a play-action pass in the fourth quarter, and I just deuce my pants quickly and violently. And I just run off the field, and they somehow know. And I go into the concussion tent, and I've had a bunch of concussions in my career, so my family's like freaking out. and then I come out, play the game later, and they called it a wardrobe malfunction. So if you ever see something that says a wardrobe malfunction on a report about a medical thing, that's someone who deuced their pants. Man, I think my last year in Buffalo, we had 5 guys deuce their pants, maybe 3 or 4. Man, the Holy Spirit just takes over sometimes. And, but there was no way I was putting Josh in a position where he had to go under center.
Yeah, of course not.
And we were wearing blue jerseys with white pants, so I knew I had to get off as quickly as possible, or there'd be a scene of the crime. And these guys, Jeff Mazurek and the crew, who's the equipment guy there, had it down packed. So I missed 2 plays and I was back out.
That's incredible.
Oh, by the equipment guys, even.
Yes, no, exactly. You only missed 2 plays. 2 plays in the NFL is 90 seconds in real time, depending on what kind of offense you're in or what part of the clock you're in.
But like change pants and do all that?
Yeah. Unless you got a timeout. He didn't mention if there was a timeout.
Did he go in the blue tent to do it?
Yeah, changed.
So that's easy. That's easy enough, right?
That's tough. In that kind of cold, there's no way not to feel like a toddler.
Oh, also
changing your pants, changing your messed pants.
As you have your cleats on too, so you're trying to I would trip over my cleats.
You got to take the cleats off.
But then again, we're wasting time.
You got to go toddler from the waist down.
Time is money here.
To then put it all back on, and then the last thing you do is tie your shoes.
Not to mention if their ankles are taped or anything like that too, like to limit the mobility.
It's the funniest thing in the world. Somebody, cut me, Mick. Cut me. Got to get retaped. I give him credit. Listen, athletes deal with this stuff so much more than the average everyday people do because of the nature of their job. I give him credit for sharing this story.
Well, I mean, this is Schlereth has famously talked about him going number 1, like on a consistent basis, and like almost as a point of pride.
No, when we see the blue tent come over.
No, not blue tent. Like number 1, like during the game.
No. Yeah, in his uni.
Yeah, and not caring about it. Not like he changes afterwards or anything. He just rolled with it, just being a one stained jersey.
The blue tent has become though a makeshift bathroom.
Yeah,
but which, by the way, is such an advantage over how guys used to have it. Would you admit if you messed your pants?
Well, we're either going to have me say no or tell you a story about when it happened.
I think so.
Which one do you want to hear?
Famously, I can't remember if it was Adam or Dustin, but famously, one of them not just owned it, but owned it in a grand way. And I always
when
thought,
they were here?
Yeah, on air. Oh, you haven't heard? I think like multiple times they told the story. I think it was Adam.
Like doing a show?
I do not know. I don't think he was going to the bathroom
here. We're talking
and mid-take. The spirit of the Lord.
Oh no! It got away from me. I don't know. I don't know how that would happen.
Boom, baby! Oh God, is that how it sounded? No, not during the show, but they told the story of a time.
Oh,
where they? Oh, is that? Did we already get one from Adam?
No, not from Adam. Somebody else.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
So I'm
not saying either one of those names.
I mean, it's just not. I don't know what you do in that instance.
No. I do know. So the story that Keith is referring to is Dustin.
Is that why?
It happened on the way to work.
Is that why you stopped and bought pants when we were on the remote in Lakewood?
No, it's because I didn't want everyone to see my bang biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
We had a. By the way.
Yeah.
Why would I admit to that then?
Well, if the whole point of the segment is, will you admit to messing your pants? It sounds like you're in the no category.
I'm in the no category. I also wouldn't admit it if I did.
Well, then that's the point.
I believe in 92.3% honesty. All right,
it's a good number.
Yep.
I was debating if I should be honest or not, and then I'm getting a lot of text about people remembering times, and then I'm like, you know what, we're cool here.
That means
I think we're just going to go with the idea that as an adult, it's never happened.
Well, there's shades to it, right?
What do you mean?
There's levels to it, right? There's a full-blown situation, and then there's...
Like, did you just not trust a fart?
Yeah, I don't think that's that. I think if you don't do that as a human being, I don't think you're living, right?
I mean, I assumed if you didn't trust a fart, that counted in the same category.
No, I mean, yeah, sure.
Then I'm in the clear. We're good.
It's a little something, but it's not. That's not a full-blown mess.
So the only time it ever happened to me in my adult life, it was just me not trusting a fart. But I was debating if I should have gone to work or not anyway. And it was when I lived downtown, and I was like, and you know me, it takes a lot for me to be like, I'm not going into work.
Yeah.
And so like I always, and so I was like, I know I'm not feeling good. This isn't good. And I was walking to work, trusted a fart a little bit too well, and then I was like, okay. That's the call. So I turned back around. I called Andy and I said, I can't. I don't have it today, man. So we're not doing this.
So
we're not doing it.
My favorite thing about this is
I went right to bed.
You've said if we got into a show and Elise's water broke, you wouldn't stop the show.
Yeah,
you'd finish the show and then go see her.
It was the sign that I really was sick and I really did not need to be going to work.
Blame the illness.
Yes, I will.
It's the shame.
As a fully not injured adult, I've never had that happen to me before. And I said, "Oh no!" I said, "Oh, we gotta go." And I do not need to be around people.
216-474-0092. Would you admit it if you messed your pants? You were brave?
Well, it was not we need to make it clear though. It was not a
full-blown situation.
It was not. I just didn't trust my bodily functions there.
And
all
it happens.
That was.
You were sick.
And I immediately was like, "Oh, geez, I'm not going into work now. That is not happening." We're turning right back around because it was just a walk. That's all I had was a 6-minute walk to work.
I think the problem is that you had to finish the walk. That's the situation.
The turn back around?
You just got to...
I barely made it out the door, man.
That's right there. That's right there. Oh, so we're trying like...
I barely made it out the door.
You were just
That's how confident I was that I'm like, we're good to go, but also in the same respect, I knew I was too sick. Would you admit it if you messed your pants? Mitchell Morse, we salute you. Jonathan Peterlin, we salute you. Two different situations. Similar outcome. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
victory. Coming up today at 5:20 on Afternoon Drive, Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Tune in to Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, 6 a.m. on Monday morning for all the best Browns reaction. And now, catch the show live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Trevor Sikkema joining us in 20 minutes. Nick and JP back with you on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday, on an Honesty Friday. Safe place with the trust tree and the nest and whatnot. Well, let's get to the lead here. Former Browns offensive lineman Jason Pinkston joined us today at 3:20. He disagrees with fans who think Shador playing well in a Browns loss is the best-case scenario against the Browns.
I thought he played, very well in that game. He made a couple great throws there, the bad interception, but I'd rather see him play well and win a game instead of lose the game. Everyone's, worried about the draft stock, obviously, because our season is over. We're not going to be a playoff football team, but you want to see the team win. I do want to see the team win here, and wherever we fall in the draft order, I just hope we pick the right person and the right player that's going to help our team next year.
So I think I figured out what bothers you about the discussion. I tell me if I'm wrong on this one, okay?
You're wrong. Oh, sorry. No.
Guess we don't have to have the discussion then. I think we're all right.
Jump the gun.
So I don't think it's necessarily the idea that people would be rooting for the Browns to have Shador play well, but then lose at the end of it because you're worried about draft position or anything else. I think it's the people that go over the top after the games to celebrate in a way.
Yeah.
As if to be
losing
like,
is really tough.
As if to be like
That's
the people
fair.
that wanted the win, you're idiots for thinking that way.
Yeah. I mean, and I think I said pseudo-intellectual way of dealing with it, of like, no, losing's better. It's like, no, losing is never better. And I just think, I think the power of 2 wins down the stretch for Shador, it's not better than him having electric stats, right? If he had electric stats but went 0-4, it's probably better for him long-term here in Cleveland if he was just willing a bad team to competitiveness than if they went 4-0 and he played and they were winning in spite of him. We call that the Dylan Gabriel. But I do think, I think for people to really believe, playing well is a huge step. That is, I think you've said it was the most important part of this, but playing well and getting a win, that's going to convert a lot of people real quick when all of a sudden you can go, wait, he's 2-2? Wait, he's now had 2 of the best statistical games of a Browns quarterback since 2023. That's how you really start to change people. And I'm not just talking about fans or haters. I'm talking obviously about people in that Browns organization.
Well, and so here's the hard part I have is that if we want to do the pseudo-intellectual side of this, I know quarterback stats are not. It's not win-loss is not a quarterback stat. It's a team game, and I understand that principle of it. But I also understand the idea. And I think this is a real skill, and this is the skill that Shador could show off in winning some of these games. Nick, Patrick Mahomes wins games where his numbers look bad, and it all you just see it so many times. Mahomes is able to pull off. Obviously, this season being the exception, but for the last 2 years, his numbers hadn't been great, and he made it to the Super Bowl in back-to-back seasons. He finds ways to win, and ultimately, that should be what gets rewarded the most. And so it'll just be interesting. I want to see Shador in a Browns uniform showcase that.
Can I also say
I like that a lot? Obviously,
listen. I like Jordan Tyson a lot. I like Carnell Tate a lot. Fano, the right tackle from Utah, that's a dog, right? If you want to go with one of the defensive players, like a Caleb Downs, there's going to be a lot of really good players in this draft. And so I love the idea you could add another one of that caliber of player to this team is great. Same point, guys, there's not a quarterback worth tanking for, and there's not a player that I so badly need that being 3-14 is better than being 5-12 or 6-11. There just isn't. I think, because here's the thing, I think Jordan Tyson, the injuries might push him out of the top 10.
I'm worried about the injuries. I'm genuinely worried about the injuries.
I still don't know I buy Carnell Tate as a top 5 pick. And even then, there's Denzel Boston's another wide receiver that's going to go within the top 20. There's going to be tackles there. There's going to be wide receivers. This isn't a bad market for either of them in the first round of the draft. So whether you pick 1, 5, 10, you're going to get a blue chipper with that first round pick.
How I know I think the combine has lost the plot in many ways, or ways the draft conversation has lost the plot, is it feels like Carnell Tate, if he runs, his 40 time is going to depend whether or not he lands top 5 or top 10.
Oh, that's interesting. It's just weird. Like,
I think that's so stupid, but it's true.
I wonder how much, because this clearly held back Emeka Egbuka. It's you're watching tape, and another guy stands out more. And it's not fair, but this has happened.
Then he should benefit from Egbuka then, because it's been enough where Abuka's cleared himself of those charges, and so I think people will gravitate towards that.
I feel like we get this, and by the way, it's currently happening to the left tackle that I want, Caleb Lamu. Like, people are like, well, that's a really nice prospect, but holy crap, look at the right tackle. It's going to be interesting. I don't know with Carnell, and that's an I don't know. I'm not trying to I do know, and I'm just being coy.
Do you also think of the Emu every time you have to say his last name?
That's kind of why. That's the only reason I wouldn't want Caleb Lamu, because the Lamu Emu jokes would. Yeah, I don't love those commercials anymore. I've seen them enough. But I love Flo from Progressive. That's in our backyard.
Is that where you do it? Okay. All right. Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined the morning show today. He was asked about the team's ability to evaluate Shador Sanders on Sunday.
The Bears have a 30% roughly swing in their playoff odds based on the outcome of this football game. They need to have this football game. And so you're going to get him going against real competition, December football. That's exciting. You want to evaluate him because the best case scenario for everybody involved here is that Shador Sanders continues to show this improvement, that we go out and we win at 1 or 2 of these games, and you say to yourself, okay, let's give this kid the full off season. Let's look at the improvement he's made since he's gotten these reps. And yes, he had a little bit of a learning curve, but you got to give him a lot of credit and give the staff a lot of credit for the extra time, the extra work that everybody put in. And then Shador Sanders is taking that work and putting it on the field. Because if you can go into that next draft and say, you know what, we're going with Shador Sanders. We've got a quarterback now that we really like for the next 3 years on a 5th round contract. We can go and draft the Carnell Tate in the first round. We can go get a tackle in the first round with our 2 first round picks. All of a sudden, I think you have a chance to kind of turn this thing around pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think I really do think this is a no-lose situation for Shador. I mean, he can lose a game, but what I mean is, if he goes out there and has a rough game and the Bears win handedly, guys, they're playing for something, and not just for something about the playoffs, they're playing for playoff seeding as well, hoping that maybe Green Bay can also lose a couple games here. Like, they've got serious aspirations, and they are, like, it's a rough. Sorry, I'm skitzing out here. The weather's going to stink, and they're really good at turning over the ball on defense. The thing that apparently Shador is being tasked with not doing. Those are 3 things going against Shador in this game. On top of, boy, he still doesn't have a lot of talent around him.
I'm really dying to find out what the Bears' plan of attack is and what they do defensively. Are they going to try to do all-out blitzes and really try to get after him and pressure him, or are they going to go ahead and drop into coverage and try to make sure they can get as many interceptions and kind of bank on the idea that he's going to throw you 1 or 2 in the area, and when he does, you just have to take advantage of it. So that part of this game I find incredibly interesting, but I don't agree with the idea that it's almost a win-win for Shador, because I think if he looks bad, I think enough people, they won't see the context of it all, and the worry I would have is that people then turn it into him being a one-hit wonder of sorts until he does it again. But I would say to that is that we watched him have so many high-level throws and so many throws that you just can't fall into as an accident, that you have to lean on the idea that he does have something you need to see moving forward.
So, listen, I think the kid could throw for 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, and there's still going to be detractors saying, oh, the sun was in the Bears' eyes. They're going to make excuses for it.
He could walk on water, and people would be like, why didn't you swim?
But I think there will be enough people, and I think you've already seen it with guys like Ryan Clark and that have at least given him a little slack going into this. Jack Conklin, David Njoku, and Denzel Ward are among 7 Browns players who will miss Sunday's game. Wyatt Teller as well. That'd be great if that organization maybe shed some light on that. Way to treat Wyatt Teller, guys. Hey, he just played for you for 7-8 years, high-level Pro Bowl guard. But you're right. Spit in his eyes in the fans' eyes. Great organization you got there, guys. Kevin Stefanski said he's working through all the team's injuries this week.
Yeah, that's part of the game, and a lot of what we do as coaches is work through contingency plans and see who's available. And there's always uncertainty going into football games of who may or may not play, so we just work through those things. That's kind of, you deal with whatever's in front of you.
Yeah, a lot of guys out. And you got one starter in Joe Bitonio, is the only starter from week 1. Offensive line banged up, no Njoku, no Denzel Ward. You're dealing with a lot. And a lot of other quarterbacks, if they had this going against them, they would be given many, many passes over. Shador's not asking for that right now, though.
Yeah, well, we're getting to a point where it's getting really hard to win with all the injuries. To be like really good, like if there was like a right guard that maybe wasn't injured, right, or maybe wasn't as injured as you were saying.
That, like, maybe, I don't know, his wife on a TikTok last week at the game said, "Yeah, he'll be back next week."
Yeah, something like that. But like a Pro Bowl caliber player,
yeah.
A guy who in his last game was graded out as the best offensive lineman in the game.
That would be nice,
man. Wouldn't that be great if you just had one of those just laying around? He also, by the way, great human being. Like, beloved in the community, beloved, clearly has supported the quarterback that you're starting on Sunday. It'd just be...
Such nice things to say about Tevin Jenkins.
What a gentleman.
By the way, Tevin Jenkins, he's injured again?
It was Zach Zinter. I was talking about Zach Zinter.
Oh, Zach Zinter. Tevin Jenkins is injured again?
Yeah.
Shoulder injury?
Yeah. That's the Tevin Jenkins experience.
I actually don't think he's a bad football player.
No, I don't either.
I think he's pretty good. I think his problem is he's just made of glass.
I'm going to say this because
he's constantly injured. Chicago, he was injured, and now I guess he's injured with us.
I don't know if you've heard this. Best availability. Sorry.
You messed it up. Oh, you messed it up.
Man, I cannot say a damn thing right today. The best ability is availability.
Yeah, I've heard that a time or two. Myles Garrett spoke with the media today. He said that the Browns' run defense has to be better this week if they want to have a chance to beat the Bears.
I mean, we just weren't as assignment sound as we have been in the past. Guys were looking to make plays and kind of getting out of gaps, and we got to be true to our defense and what the scheme and rules of our defense are. So we got to earn those opportunities to make them pass, and it's especially true this week. It's a matter of knowing your job and doing it, and not trying to chase a big play, whether that's a TFL or a sack.
A quick update on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll that we put out there.
Yeah.
72% of people saying that Shador playing well in a Browns loss is the best case scenario versus the Browns.
Versus the Bears.
Them too.
It is tough. To be fair to you, it is tough. The Browns-Bears thing, it's close.
No, I'm just...
They both start with B.
I'm just... Hey. Prognosticating Peterlin over there.
Hey, easy.
Beep, beep.
Easy on that old pee-pee.
Trevor Sikkema. Been hearing that one for about 30 years.
Okay.
Trevor Sikkema, PFF and the NFL Stock Exchange podcast. They had a Fix the Browns edition. How far are the Browns away from being a consistently competitive team? We'll ask Trevor that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nation.
Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Mac Robinson. I'm looking at Mac. Good. That's now three errors on the air in less than 20 minutes. We are one away from calling Life Alert.
We can still do that for you.
In fairness, just having some delicious cheesy Ruffles.
Yeah.
I think my mind is elsewhere.
Okay. No, it's better than the Doritos from last week, right? I like these better. Ruffles are fantastic, especially the cheddar and sour cream.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Can I tell you something? I think Ruffles, if they wanted to, they could corner the market if every chip was one of like the double chips. The foldovers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Those slap.
You see, that's the thing, is the potato chip industry, they know exactly how to make all the things that we're describing. They just choose not to.
Yet.
And well, they'll get there eventually. At some point, when the stock goes down just a little bit, that's when they roll these type of things out. It's like for years. Or like, why can't you make a chip that is just like one of those scoops that they have now? That like the salsa sits inside the chip in a perfect way. It makes a mini bowl. It's like, oh, yeah, they could do that the whole time.
Yep.
They have all the technology. They can do whatever you want.
I'll tell you this right now. Vanessa hates eating chips with me because she knows I go scouting. I'm no Trevor Sikkema. All right? I'm no Connor Rogers, but I go scouting. I'm like, where's that double chip right there?
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, how'd you get all of the double chips in this bag? And I'm like, because I got the want. You know, and potentially I'm pre-diabetic.
You guys both have a desire for the double chip.
Who doesn't?
I've never thought about the double chip.
What?
I've never even thought about it. Never crossed my mind.
Wow.
Like I like drumsticks for wings as opposed to flat wings. Like I have preferences. I never even crossed my mind about the double chip.
I thought you were a guy with takes.
Yeah, you changed the chip game for me, I guess.
Now, all this being said, I'm scouting chips. He's scouting football players and
blue chips.
Blue chips. Ooh, I like what you did there. The NFL Stock Exchange podcast has a Fix the Browns edition, and it didn't take what is it now, 15 years for Jimmy Haslam? It was just a very nice,
15 minutes, I think.
A crisp podcast there. He also works for PFF as an NFL analyst. A great Trevor Sikkema joins us now on the Fan Hotline. What's up, buddy?
Guys, now I'm hungry. Like now, I mean that's the chip talk at the beginning. I'm going to be distracted this entire radio hit because I'm just going to be thinking about what I'm going to eat the second I get off of this thing. But other than that, I'm doing great, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
I mean, you're a relatively newly married man within the last year or so. I will ask you: do you and Alyssa fight over the double chip scenario?
We have not reached that conflict in our relationship. I'm sure it's coming, but this is great because now I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared to not compromise, of course, do exactly what Nick is talking about, where I get ahead of it and I don't let her know that I'm stealing these double chips, and so then she won't even know once I do have all of them. So this is a really great strategy. I appreciate that.
It'll take her a few years to catch on, and then you're in Dutch, but it'll take her a couple of years. All right, Trevor. So I don't want to spoil the whole podcast for everyone, but if I asked you right now, from today, how many seasons are the Browns away from being a consistently competitive team?
The quarterback position is the biggest question mark. Like I hate for that to just be like the ultimate caveat, but it's like, we went through this exercise of fixing the Cleveland Browns, and we go about, we look at everything. We look at the general manager tenure, we look at Andrew Berry, we look at Kevin Stefanski, we look at the other head coaching options, we look at the roster as it is, some free agency strategies. Okay, what are they going to do? Like who's going to be on the roster, who's not going to be on the roster, and then at the end of it, we always do like two different mock drafts at the end because we go into it with, okay, this is sort of the fixed team, the way that we want it, and then how do you supplement that in the draft? And we did two different mock draft scenarios, and of course, one of them was with them getting aggressive to move up to number 1 overall because you kind of have to at this point with the Raiders sitting at number 2 to go get a quarterback, and we picked Fernando Mendoza. And then the other draft is, of course, like, hey, what if you roll with Shador Sanders? What if you think that he is the guy? And obviously, the draft in which you are rolling with Shador Sanders gets you to a competent starting 22 faster, and I think that you have the ability to do that. You can get a difference-making wide receiver with that first selection. You can get a starting caliber. What we did in one of the strategies is we took what we believe is the best offensive playmaker in the draft in Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State, with their first selection. And then at the end of the first round and the beginning of the second round, we double-dipped on offensive linemen for them. And so that really hits the two big needs that you have there. But, of course, it doesn't matter until you get quarterback. And so I think that if you're able to really nail quarterback right now, we know the defense is absolutely elite. And even if it's not going to be quite as dominant as it has been this season, you feel like you can be competitive next year. And I think that certainly the year after that, you could feel very confident about where this roster and where this team is going, especially when they get to add some youth on that offensive line, which I think they desperately need. So it's really not that I know things have been tough for Browns fans. Well, I say lately, but it's been a lot longer than lately, unfortunately. But it's not like you look at this team as it's currently constructed and think they're, so many years away. The defense is quite literally top 3 in basically every single category you could want. Overall defensive grade, pass rush grade, coverage grade, EPA per rush, EPA per pass allowed, overall EPA allowed. They're top 3 in all of these numbers. If they were middle of the pack, average on offense, they would win this division this year. So that's all they have to do. They don't have to creep up to be an elite offense. If they just creep up to being average, this team is going to compete for the division over the next couple of years. And that's kind of the conclusion that we came to.
All right, Trevor, got to be honest. Last year, when doing the draft evaluations, we had you on, and I thought you were really, really nice. But leading up to that, I was like, I don't know, this Sikkema guy, you're a pain in my ass. I'm going to be honest with you. Because when it came to talking about Shador Sanders, it just kept your stories just kept popping up. You were not what we would call a supporter. You were not one of those guys at all. And so I gotta hold the feet to flame here. What did you get wrong? Where was the misevaluation in Shador? Or are you going to tell me that it's too early for me to even be suggesting that you got this thing wrong?
Oh, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that I have Shador wrong. I had Shador ranked in the middle 40s of where he was on my big board, and the fact that they got him in the 5th round, that was incredible value for them. Now, what I hated about what the Browns did is I don't really understand drafting Dylan Gabriel first and then drafting Shador Sanders afterwards.
We don't either.
The strategy around that did not make any sense to me. But in terms of the players specifically, when I looked at Shador, my thought process was, I think he can be a starter for you in this league. I just don't know if he's going to be a long-term starter for you. And I think that even though he is very clearly giving them the best chance to win football games, I would have told you that would have been the case at the beginning of the season. So what we're seeing from Shador, both the good and the bad, I don't think is any different than how I had him pegged as a prospect, and then also what we saw at Colorado. The question with him is simply, what's after this? What does next year look like if he's the starting quarterback for this team? And then specifically, I think that even the year after that would be the real rubber meets the road type of the season. Does he elevate himself to somebody that you want as your long-term starting quarterback that you were giving a second contract to? And so I was hesitant about that because of the lack of overall physical gifts I had with him versus some of the starting quarterbacks that we have in the NFL right now. But in terms of like the touch passes, the fearlessness, playing under pressure, like those are things that we've seen over the last couple of weeks that, to be honest with you, I always felt like was in his scouting report. And so what we've seen from him so far, I feel like I could have told you at the beginning of the season, and is why the draft strategy just didn't make sense to me. How is he the guy that you're drafting in the 5th round? Because for as much as I wasn't a draft Shador in the 1st round guy, I was absolutely a draft Shador in the 2nd round, 3rd round, if at worst type of a guy. 5th round doesn't make sense to me. 5th round, very clearly the NFL just did not want what comes with drafting Shador, and obviously the notoriety. It's kind of like the Tim Tebow thing, right? And it's why he was never a good backup in the league, because anywhere he went, that's where the camera went, the paparazzi, the media, they want to know everything about him, and that's always going to be the case with Shador. And so there's no way you could have watched him play football at Colorado and said, yeah, 5th-round pick. There's just no way around it. And so where he currently is, I would tell you, this is kind of exactly what I expected out of Shador Sanders. It's just what happens next that might be him outplaying where I had his draft projection.
Acceptable answer.
Do we just become best friends?
Acceptable
Come on
answer.
now.
I mean, when I see Sikkema's name, I see red sometimes because I think of some of the conversations before, and I'm like, I don't know about that, but you know what? Maybe it's just the idea that it was like anyone taking him outside of the first round I was going to get mad at, and so maybe if you're like he's number 40, that's fine. I don't know. Maybe that's all that is.
All I heard.
Because you got to think about this too. You know, like if I have him ranked in the mid 40s. That's if you just go by numbers.
I think the difference, though, Trevor, is that you were way earlier than everybody else, and I think maybe that's where that comes from. Like it was like back in the idea, like there was at one point, Lance Zierlein had put out there that they would draft Travis Hunter, the Browns that is, and Shador, but Shador would be late first round, and that was like a whoa, what's happening here? So, like if anything, I'll credit the idea that you were just earlier on the rest of the NFL not being hip to Shador than anybody else. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and again, like I don't have the ability to sit down with him, right? Like a lot of people, it's the difficult part of doing this from outside of a team perspective because sure, you can kind of like pick up on character things, but to be honest with you, I hate judging anybody that I don't get to meet in person. You know, I hate having like secondhand or outsider or just viewing him from the television or a podcast type of knowledge, and so that's always the toughest part about these evaluations because on the field, the player that we watched at Colorado, I absolutely felt like was a day 2 quarterback, somebody who could start as a backup in his career and had legitimate starter caliber ability to him. It's just a matter of if you're drafting a quarterback in the first round, you think that player has the physical tools and the ceiling to be a long-term answer for you. I wasn't quite there with Shador. I know I was a little bit lower on him than other people out there, but again, what he has been for Cleveland so far is exactly what he was always going to bring to the table. The question is, does the time to throw start to get down below 3 at an average? Does he stop putting the ball in harm's way? Does he stop holding onto the ball too long? Like all of those things. And then, of course, just like the physical aspect of it as well, where I look at his arm and I say, I think he's got adequate arm strength for the NFL level, but he has to be a very high-level anticipator in order for that to work for him long-term. Maybe he does, but I'm always wary of guys, you know, reaching that level, especially with how impatient a lot of these franchises are on these young quarterbacks before they get the experience to be able to do something like that.
Trevor Sikkema on the fan hotline here, breaking down the Browns, not just in the future, but of course right now as well. So you mentioned in one of the mocks you guys had him, or one of the 2 scenarios, you had the Browns taking Jordan Tyson with their first-round pick. Is it open and shut that he is the number 1 receiver off the board this April?
No, I don't think so. And specifically, I like him the most from a talent perspective. Like he's somebody who, you know, when it comes to size, speed, flexibility, explosiveness in and out of his cuts, the ability to run basically every single route. He's got some incredible big-time catches, whether it's spectacular catches because of physical ability or hand-eye coordination, or big catches in situationally, 4th down, 3rd down, 4th quarter, whatever that is. He's just got so many of those over the last couple of years that he has been at Arizona State. It's not a foregone conclusion that he's wide receiver 1 in this class, though, specifically because of a medical reason. He's been in college for all 4 years, and he's been hurt every single year of his career. His first year when he was at Colorado, he tore his ACL, MCL, and PCL. Of course, that took him into the next season when he was rehabbing that as well. He's dealt with a collarbone injury. He's dealt with a hamstring injury. He's dealt with injuries throughout his career, and of course, NFL teams don't like drafting damaged goods, especially with their premium picks at the top of the first round. But if the medicals check out for him, and if you think that he'll be durable enough, I think he is wide receiver caliber when it comes to talent. But outside of him, the other 2 that are in that conversation for wide receiver 1, in my opinion, are Mekhi Lemon from USC and Carnell Tate from Ohio State. Both of those guys, I wouldn't call them like elite athletes, but man, they're so dang productive. They're so great at separating away from coverage, and they're so good with their releases off the line of scrimmage, how they beat press, creating that separation with subtleties and nuance as much as flexibility and athletic ability. Both of them are fantastic in contested catch situations. They've got strong hands. They're reliable. And what I love about both of these guys, they will block their butt off for you. They will give you every ounce of strength that they have, even with them being a little bit smaller of frame and below the 200-pound threshold that some teams might have for their number one wide receivers. But there's so much to like about those two guys. And so because of Tyson's medical history, I think that opens the door for either of those guys to be the first wide receiver taken this year.
Let me ask you about somebody you were high on entering the draft last year and then is having a pretty good breakout season for the Browns in Harold Fannin Jr. You liked him. Seemed like everybody kind of liked him to some degree. Why is it that he could be so liked and everyone talked about is all the production of Bowling Green State, and it seemed like an obvious, how does somebody like that even make it to the third round the way that he did, to then obviously see it translated at the NFL level, where, again, it just seems very obvious that was going to happen?
Yeah, Harold Fannin Jr. was so interesting when he was at Bowling Green because it was a very similar situation to that of Trey McBride when he was at Colorado State, where they built the whole offense around that player. And the volume that they got was just, it was so sky high. And so they went into every single week when, Trey McBride was at Colorado State and when Harold Fannin was at Bowling Green. And they knew that they were going to get double-digit targets or double-digit touches at the very least every single week. They knew that. So there's not necessarily this pressure because they know that there will always be this moment where they can make up for it. They know the ball's coming their way no matter what after that, so that's okay. So you don't really have that pressure there to perform when the ball's coming your way because you know you're going to have so many opportunities. And then, of course, there's just the thought of schemed-up touches where you go, all right, well, are NFL teams really going to use this guy the exact same way? Because Harold Fannin Jr., I mean, he was in line, he was off the line of scrimmage, he was in the slot, he was out of the backfield, he did a lot of stuff. And I think that is a positive in most cases. But again, I have these conversations with people when we talk about versatility. There's a difference between being versatile and being homeless. When you're versatile, you have a home base position, and then you get to play other positions on top of that. But when things are going wrong, when you need a catch, when you need a play, they know they can play you in this spot. That is your home. When you are homeless, it means that you're sort of a jack of all trades, master of none, where when the rubber meets the road, when you really need a catch from this player, it's kind of like, we don't exactly know where to play you. And I think that a lot of teams probably had that hesitation with Harold Fannin Jr. because he is a smaller tight end prospect. You just were like, all right, well, can we put him in line when it's really crunch time? Is he only a slot receiver? If he is a slot receiver, can he really create that separation against NFL defensive backs? So there were a lot of questions. He wasn't going to be a slam dunk, but I think it's a credit to the offensive coaching staff in Cleveland to recognize everything that he does well, very clearly instilling that confidence within him and allowing him to be great, because it's been a lot of fun to watch him play this year.
Trevor, it's great to watch you guys continue to thrive and do all the great things you do, not just at PFF, but for the NFL Stock Exchange podcast. We appreciate you. Happy holidays, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
And now go get some of those doubled up chips. You'll not regret it. You got to corner the market in the Sikkema household there. Trevor Sikkema on the fan hotline. Again, PFF, NFL Stock Exchange podcast. Check out the Fix the Browns edition. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about Shador in the final 4 games of the season in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with the NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to help you get in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. And
This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. In case we missed it, coming up in 60 minutes time. As a reminder, no Daryl today at 6. Usually that's when we talk with him on Fridays. He was with us at 6 o'clock yesterday as he had the day off today. I will tell you, most days, 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat, we like. Very good. There's a person trolling here, person trolling there.
Are they off the rails today?
We got a lot. It's not great. Everybody seems to be fighting. It's like, guys, do you know it's a Football Friday? Are you aware it's an F-off Friday? Because this is where it should all be love right now.
What are they fighting about? Sounds kind of fun.
There's a couple a couple names I haven't seen previously or have seen scantly, and they seem to be stirring the hornet's nest. Yeah. Just saying mean things about everyone.
Do you think it's Padone?
Wouldn't put it past being Lima.
No, Padone says he uses his real name. Padone says when he comments, he uses Nick Padone, his real name.
He's on our 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel?
Yeah, he told me a little bit ago. He goes, not only does he puts it on at home, he'll put it up on the screen, but he says he goes in the chat and he comments every now and again.
So
he says he uses his real name.
I believe that he puts us on. I've never seen him. I've never seen him once.
He claims he's in there. He loves it.
Padone, if you're watching right now, which it's Friday at 5:50, you've got a beautiful girlfriend. Go forth and conquer. Have some fun, buddy boy.
What does he do with the rest of the 23 hours and 57 minutes in the day?
I mean, there is a Cavs game tonight, so I wouldn't put it past him to watch it on the way in.
Well, he's got to do the Cavs game.
That's
you know
dirty
that.
Pool. That is dirty pool by you.
What do you mean? I mean, the man loves sports.
Yeah, he does.
He loves sports. He's going to be at that Cavs game. He reminds me of a young me in many ways. Not with the
3 minutes.
Not with the 3 minutes. With the idea that
really 2 minutes 59 seconds.
You try rebounding for him. You just try. You try once. You're like, you know what? We'll throw. I like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah,
I like him a lot. Like him a lot. I'm surprised you didn't notice him in the chat.
No, I've never seen his name. He
says he uses his real name. I'm like, so what do you have? Like a burner? You have like a burner account in there and you're just trolling everybody? He's like, no, I use my real name. It says Nick Padone right there.
I'll tell you. Baskin Phelps will not be caught dead in the 90s. They don't even know what YouTube is, I bet. I could see Volnick getting in there, but it's, there's at least one person on this station that I guarantee has slid into the group chat.
Yeah.
With a nom de douche. And
are you going back to Lima again? Is that the point?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because he's already admitted, I think he's admitted he's got, burner Twitter accounts. That's kind of part and parcel of being a slippery wizard.
Yeah, sometimes when people make way, way too inside references, I think the call is coming from inside the house.
Yeah?
Yeah, sometimes it just kind of happens.
You and I would never do that, though, just because we don't have the energy or the time or the bandwidth.
So there's somebody that wants, honestly, okay, let's go down this road. It's when people make a comment that is like, why would you make that comment? You know what I mean? Why would you make that one in particular? Mm-hmm. And then that it kind of exposes them for having said burner account. Mm-hmm. Like it just does. And that's where we'll leave that.
Is it me? Is it you?
Not you, not me.
Okay.
No.
Oh, somebody else. Okay.
Yeah, maybe the other part of the morning show.
Now, Owen?
Nah, I was thinking another guy.
Mitch.
Yeah, that's him.
Joey, hey!
I couldn't pick Joey out of a lineup. I don't even know Joey's last name.
I can't pronounce it.
I've never met Joey. I've never met Joey. I don't know that I will.
It's a very nice young gentleman.
Well, this is why I've had like 7 interactions total with anyone on the morning show is because it's like we just work different times. We never see each other.
Yep.
I'll see you at the Christmas party on the 17th, boys.
I've been saying it. Joey's too nice.
Is he? I no clue.
Joey is
zero
too nice to be on that show.
Don't even know what he looks like. I have
just
zero
a gentleman.
idea.
Would love to have him do some videos for the afternoon, certainly.
I bet he enjoys the time off. I bet he enjoys just being done with his day whenever he's done.
It is nice. Waking up at 3 or 4 a.m.
No, that sucks.
Not nice.
No, but he doesn't have to. As the video guy, you don't have to.
That's right.
That's the difference in that. Like hosting, yes, you have to be up at 3 in the morning and you're prepping and you're doing everything.
Not everyone,
but you're prepping, you're doing everything.
These guys are good at it, by the way.
Yeah, of course they are. And so, but if you're Joey just, he's got to show up at, he can show up at 5:55. Yeah, and he'll be fine. He'll be more than fine.
I remember, not here, but there was somebody that worked on a morning show that I've worked with that would roll in at 5:59, and I would just be like, I have no idea how you do what you do.
Like if you get the wrong stoplight, you're just late.
Maybe it's I'm tremendously in fear. I have a massive anxiety around being late, hence why when I don't need to be, there are days that I'm here at 11:30, because I just can't handle being even 5 minutes late. So when there are people who are habitually late, I joke about Vanessa having Vanessa standard time and just moving everything up 35 minutes.
My wife is always late. She's always late too.
I can't.
But she taught me though not to take things so seriously from that perspective.
No, 100%.
It's been a growing thing for me because I was always the person that I would attempt to try to be. Come on, now we got 2 kids that are proof positive of that.
Back to that 3 minutes,
but
6 minutes combined. If you
got no chance for this, do I?
I'm horny. No, your wife's helped you grow.
You know who helped me with the idea that 5:59, your buddy that would show up late for that? Michael Bohm helped me in that regard of thinking that people just stay in their cars and they'll wait until the time in order to come in.
Oh, really?
I'm convinced now half of these people, they're not actually just really cutting it that close. They don't want to be here any one more minute than they have to be, and so they'll sit in their cars, they'll hang out, they'll do whatever, and then because Bohm always catches it at the same time. He's never once been late. Worked with him for years. Never, maybe once or twice, but I've never.
All right, yeah.
When I worked with him, he was every Tuesday and Wednesday for 2+ years, never once late on either Tuesday or Wednesday. And what I learned, I'm pretty confident he just sits in his car and waits until 6:58 or whatever it is, and then he comes on in. And he'll run in, too, as if he's just barely made it. But I'm just convinced he just sits in his car.
My sister 100% leaves 15 minutes late, so does Vanessa. And I'm like, how did this happen? What are we doing here? But you're right. Being with somebody that's perpetually late, you do get a little bit more patience for other people, just not for yourself. 216-474-0092. It's not going to stir the pot.
What tease do you got here?
Well, I was going to do who's most likely to have a burner account of the 92 Through the Fan YouTube channel. We all know who it is. And that's okay. That's an idea. We will react, though, to Trevor Sikkema talking about Shador Sanders' future in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
What he has been for Cleveland so far is exactly what he was always going to bring to the table. The question is, does the time to throw start to get down below 3 at an average? Does he stop putting the ball in harm's way? Does he stop holding onto the ball too long? Like all of those things. And then, of course, just like the physical aspect of it as well, where I look at his arm and I say, I think he's got adequate arm strength for the NFL level, but he has to be a very high-level anticipator in order for that to work for him long term. Maybe he does, but I'm always wary of guys, reaching that level, especially with how impatient a lot of these franchises are on these young quarterbacks before they get the experience to be able to do something like that.
Trevor Sikkema in the 520 spot today, giving us his take on the long-term fit, the long-term outlook for Shador as a starter here. We got 1 hour to go on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday, in case we missed it. Coming up in about 45 minutes here as well. Quick shout-out to Jax. Before we react to Trevor, quick shout-out. That young man, it's the holiday season. He made our spirits bright. Easy there, AM station.
I just don't know that that's a thing we do on the show.
Yeah, well, no, you got to just play it consistently under it, and then maybe like occasionally you have like a ooh or ah under it as well.
For like 20 years?
Yeah.
People just think that's good? I don't know.
Yeah. No, it sounds good. It's soundtrack.
Okay, good.
But it is Jax brought everybody in burgers and the good burgers.
And you didn't have to win a burger bet or anything either.
Nope.
I preemptively almost handed you my burger and said this is for the AFC North if it doesn't work out my way.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that would be acceptable or not. I didn't want to have to have a committee about it and a whole thing. But,
Coach Reislin has tried to end the burger bet prematurely. Fanta has, and I'm like, guys, let's let these things fully mature. These are stocks and bonds. I've made these investments in the Cleveland Browns, in these burger bets. So, by the way, I think it's Monday. More burgers because Coach Reislin's going to bring in the burgers too.
Oh, it is? It's this coming Monday?
Yeah, because that one's officially cashed. That one's...
Wow, where did the calendar go, huh?
Right? Isn't it Monday?
I have no idea.
Or is it the Monday after?
Listen, I have zero clue.
One of the next 2 Mondays.
Had nothing to do with this.
There will be another free burger, and then me and you just have to work out how mad are you going to be if the Steelers win this weekend?
Well, they're playing Tua in the cold, which is all but a guarantee of a win. I mean, you got to really screw up to. Tua's never won a game 45 degrees or colder. Never.
The question is,
not once in his career. He can't play in the cold weather.
The question is, how those Ratbirds going to do?
They'll be fine. Their offense seems broke right now, though.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
That likely catch was not a catch thing, though. I did think was a disgrace.
I thought it was. I don't remember what the call was, but whatever the call was, they got it right.
It was like the swinging part of the game.
Yeah, it was. Very swinging part, and it swung in my favor.
It was like the most. You had nothing on the hoopla around that.
No.
Was it a touchdown? Was it not a touchdown? He clearly.
What was the call in the field?
The call in the field was touchdown, and then they took it back.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
He had 3 feet, and then all of a sudden got knocked out, and then they took it back.
Yep.
Where were you on Sunday, or was it just that long ago? It was just that long ago.
I just think whatever
clearly someone's invested in this burger bet a little bit more than the other person.
Whatever the end call was, I think they got right.
I thought the NFL botched it. I also thought they botched the Aaron Rodgers call in that game as well.
You would. You're trying to get a burger over there.
Legitimately, burger bet aside and everything, I thought the refs were absolutely atrocious in that game.
You hate to see it.
Clearly cost the Ravens, and the Ravens right now, it's just a struggling offense.
It really is. It's a real shame. That burger's going to taste great. Now, all this being said, getting back to the Trevor thing, I just think it's really interesting. There were times where I wondered, there are certain quarterbacks who are their best versions of themselves when they play within a dome or retractable roof. There were times back in the draft process where I'm like, well, because Shador doesn't have an elite level arm strength, maybe it would behoove him to play in that kind of environment, like with the Raiders. I will say, though, after watching him play this last week after seeing a couple of the throws in the Niners game where it was just 40-mile-an-hour winds, I've actually come around to the idea of like, oh, no, I think he might have the arm strength to play in Cleveland in winter and at least bridge the gap till you get to the Dome if he's good enough everywhere else.
So this was one of the takes that I had prior to the draft, is I thought that conversation just kind of went, it got away from everyone. And this is why Joe Burrow continues to be one of the comps that Shador has, is the idea that how many 55-yard plus plays do you have in the NFL in any sort of given year? And not even just game, in any given year. Like, I remember at the time I had pulled up Joe Burrow stats, but I pulled up Patrick Mahomes stats. Mahomes had 4 passes completed the year prior of 40-plus yards or more. Like, it doesn't happen that often. We think it does. It doesn't happen that often. And so, like, the idea with Shador was he was always going to dominate in that 15 to 40-yard range, and he has.
Yeah, and I will say that's another great data point. It's another great vertical. This Sunday, again, if you have another really nice game in the snow, I think we can just put to bed he doesn't have the arm strength to play in a cold weather city.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the Sikkema part of this that I found was interesting. First off, the first draft guy that admits that they missed an evaluation, it's never going to happen. Okay, it's not a thing that these guys do. So for him to spin it to be like, yeah, I think I nailed this one. All right, Trevor. Okay, that's fine. You whatever way you want to paint this, go right ahead. But Sikkema legitimately was, at the time when people were talking about Shador as being like a top 5 pick, and maybe this is where we turn around and say, I guess he's good at his job. I don't know. When we were talking about that, Sikkema was talking about him being a late second rounder, early third rounder. Okay, like the way he was talking about him to then turn around and be like, this is exactly how I thought Shador Sanders would go. It just felt a little phony to me.
I think he had a great point.
No, and the sad part about it is that because Shador went in the 5th round, you can't even turn around and be like, you had no belief in him, because he can be like, well, I believed in him 2 rounds better than any NFL team did. And it's like, okay, I guess, sure. I guess you're right.
I mean, he thought he was a second-round talent. I think Shador, at the very least, has shown second-round talent so far, no?
Well, oddly enough, then Trevor did come around before the draft. As everyone was leaving the station, Trevor bought into the stock of it all. That's what makes the Sikkema draft
it is
conundrum.
The stock exchange.
That's what makes it so interesting, is that as people then were leaving, like rats on a ship, they were leaving the Shador Sanders boat. Trevor was like, I got him. Number 21 of the Steelers is where he's going to go. He's going to go in the 1st round. Like he had it the whole way. He was putting him in the 3rd round when nobody was taking him outside of the top 10. And then right when it got to the final moment, he's like 21 to the Steelers. There it is.
By the way, real quick, got to shout out Andy Baskin's hockey team.
Yeah,
they're listening right now.
Nice.
And my only real problem here is I don't have a burger bed with Andy to lord over him while his team listens.
So while his team listens, you want to tell the team all the reasons why you don't think Andy Baskin is great?
No. I just want
to. You could really do him a solid.
I want to have something to rub in his face.
You're learning from a pillar of the community.
Yeah, great guy.
Awesome broadcaster. Awesome
tremendous
person.
Father and husband.
Top 5 human.
But I kicked his ass in a burger bet. That's what I would like, but I can't because I don't have a burger bet with Andy Baskin.
I see the problem that you've put your... I get it. I get it. I have nothing else to add to this conversation.
Neither do I, other than Andy Baskin's hockey team is listening and we say hi. He wanted a shout out. I can't turn down...
Which hockey team is this? Is this Gilmore?
I have no idea. He just said my hocky team.
Why don't he doesn't own the Maple Leafs? He's got a...
I don't know that.
I would imagine it's a local... Is it for his son?
I don't know. He just said my hockey team. We're listening. Can I get a shout out?
That makes him sound like he's the owner of the hockey team.
I think...
Is this the hockey team? Wait. So if they're listening, whichever one of you that took him out, we all know that was intentional.
Yeah.
Your family's not telling you that. Andy's not telling you that. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
Okay? Guy listening right now, you just got red on your face. Because we all watched the video.
And
that was a beeline right to Baskin, and it's taking him out.
By the way, good job.
Well, you didn't...
If you have a goal, you should accomplish it, and that should be... we should commend you for accomplishing your goal, even though you hurt our friend.
On the Greg Williams scale of bounty hunting, you got it done.
Yeah.
If Greg Williams knew you, he'd slip you an easy 50.
Do you think it was another coach
that knocked him out? No, it was definitely a player.
No.
I saw the clip.
No, you said bounty gate. Do you think it was another coach that was like, hey, Skippy, I'll give you a free burger if you just go take Baskin out?
Well, that's a bad move.
No,
I
you got to negotiate.
It's obviously an inside job, but I think the kid I think he went rogue.
Oh, wow.
I think he acted on his own here. I have no proof, obviously. I've only seen the video evidence, which I guess is proof enough.
Repeatedly.
The kid would not pass a grand jury investigation about whether or not that was intentional.
If he didn't get hurt, it'd be hilarious. If he had just had a bruised buttocks, it'd be just the funniest thing in the darn world.
And the lesson for young kids out there is that if you hit a 55-year-old man, he's going to end up injured.
And
they don't fall down and then end up okay.
And hit him clean. Don't wing him. You know what I mean? Although Andy's wing was the problem. I mean, like, you get him straight on. The punishment's going to be the same regardless, right?
Well, now that the kid is listening, we should point out you should be doing like shoveling of snow and handyman jobs for Andy, as he's not able to do those.
Nope.
I know I'm acting like Andy doesn't pay someone to shovel his snow, but like whatever Andy doesn't pay for, whatever he doesn't, Nate lives in Twinsburg.
Same thing.
That's Solon Jr. But like whatever he doesn't pay for, that's what that is.
No.
I like Twinsburg though.
Show no remorse. All right? You were in the right. Hey, if you can't handle it, get your ass off the ice, Baskin. That's what you should be saying. Not that I'm saying it, but you should be saying it.
Yeah, maybe as coach he needs to move himself out of the ice.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to go ahead and just, I don't know, watch.
There's a box for you, coach.
Watch from the box.
Hit the bricks.
I mean, it seemed like the logical step.
Andy's saying the bus is going crazy.
Well, I mean, this is what Andy gets when he does like an all request hour for us on the radio here.
All right, now everybody, Leonard Skinner.
I mean, you got any Christmas songs you want, buddy? What are we doing?
I don't think it's going to be Christmas songs.
He's going to be like, I don't like how you guys turn that into that conversation. Yeah. And it's like, this is what happens when you do an all request hour. I'm sorry.
I was going to
out of spite, I turned that into that.
I was going to have this sweet, it was just a nice, petite little message there. And then you went to the ice thing, and I'm like, well, we're riffing now.
Well, you gave us no context either. Yeah. It's not even like
I was trying not to put anybody under the bus or under the ice.
Go Gryffindors or whatever. Like, you gave us no context.
They're actually Hufflepuff.
Yeah. Well, I figure every private school in this area has got some sort of name like that.
So we're on a 30-second delay. He says, "Okay, Uncle." So Shador Sanders.
Yeah,
is going to be good this Sunday.
I think so. I'm not expecting great, but I am expecting good. The expectation there hasn't completely just washed away because it's going to be bad weather. He's playing with zero offensive line, and obviously 7 different guys are out for the Browns. Because that's the same conditions he was playing in last week.
I just really want him to be good. I just want this to be fun. I'm at the I want to have fun and I want to win part of it, which, by the way, is me 99% of the time with Browns football. But I have dealt this season. There was such a big swath of this season that stunk so incredibly. I mean, it was bad enough to be bad, but the offense was unwatchable. To now give it a little taste, get a little hit of that fun. I'm going to need Betty Ford in about 3 weeks if we keep going at this rate.
I think instead this is going to be like Fog Bowl in the 80s, Eagles, Bears, where it seems like the weather conditions have just taken over the game. To a point that it just I don't even know that it becomes fun.
216-474-0092. Well, thank you for that little pump up there on a Friday.
It's not my job. I'm not a cheerleader. It's not my job to pump people up.
Yeah, you don't have to shoot down my dreams and wishes. Sniping me down like you're...
First off, if you're relying on me for your dreams and wishes, you're relying on the wrong guy.
We do work together.
That doesn't mean I'm your dream supplier. Rely on you for your dreams and wishes.
He's the truth broker and dream supplier.
Rely on me for the dreams and wishes. Rely on somebody else.
A bad look for the NFL, courtesy of a potential Hall of Fame quarterback. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan Bud Light Tailgate.
each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
The college football playoff is set, and the Buckeyes are in the path to repeat as national champions. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have, in case you missed it coming up, I want to get to the sound from Steve Young in just a second. I don't even know what this account is, but there is... I think it's Fox's all-time Guardians lineup. I don't know how old this is.
Okay.
But they have Emmanuel Clase as the closer. I hereby ban. I'm giving him a lifetime ban on being the Guardians' all-time closer because I don't care how good you were. You cost yourself $200 million in a Hall of Fame spot for $100,000. You, sir, are a dope, and you are out of my all-time Guardians rankings.
Like Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, huh? Doesn't matter how good you are as a player. You've just rescinded all of it.
If they listen, at some point, I don't know why they would. If some point they thought Clase was good enough to go in the Hall, that's fine. I don't care because I don't care about Cooperstown. In terms of Guardians all-time rankings of celebrating the best players to ever play. In an organization that has lived through Albert Bell and all the things that came with Albert off the field, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's not one problematic person that's on that list in some way, in some
Albert's
fashion?
probably, because it's Manny Ramirez, Tris Speaker, Kenny Lofton is the outfield, Jose.
I'm sure Tris Speaker did something. I can't confirm it, but just from that time frame. No, from that time frame, they all did questionable things.
I don't think that's fair.
Should I pull up some Shoeless Joe Jackson stuff for you?
So because one guy, all right, does that mean everybody in the 90s did questionable things because of steroids?
No, this is like when you say everyone in the 70s did some form of drugs. It's like it's a full on. There's problematic things happening.
I wish there was somebody from 1915 here with us right now.
I wish so too. So they just come in
punch
here
you right in the pillbox.
That's right. Lucky for me, they've been dead for 70 years.
Now, Jose at third, Omar at short. Okay. Nap Lajoie at second.
End the conversation. That's it. That's it. We just had to find our guy.
Has the man been?
Hold on. If Emmanuel's gone, then Omar's got to be gone too.
No. One of these men is going to be annexed from the history of baseball for gambling.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The other's got some very problematic accusations.
Well,
but
you're doing your moral high ground list, your all-time morality list.
Has Omar been arrested for it? Has he been arrested for it?
Can we just put Lindor there?
He was charged for it, though.
I will not put Lindor there.
And he's definitely been sued. I don't know.
A lot of guys get sued.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of guys do.
You do time in the clink, then you're off the list.
A lot of guys do. That is true. Let's see. I have no idea if Omar actually ever ended up having any of these.
He got sued. Doesn't make him better.
Well, hold on now. I want to go through the whole entire thing.
The internet?
Well, hold on. First off, Emmanuel has not had his day in court either yet.
He's guilty. You've seen the evidence.
You just made it the case of he's got to have his day in court in order for any of this to matter.
I don't believe I said that.
That's not happening until June.
Was Omar ever arrested and then charged with anything? No. Emmanuel's been arrested. He's been charged. And in the court of public opinion, his ass is guilty.
He was arrested in 2016 for fourth-degree domestic assault.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Fine. Omar's off the freaking list, too.
I mean, this is what it is.
Any other great player you'd like to rip from my childhood?
I don't have a moral high ground list. I let everybody on my team.
Honestly, the worst person, the better.
Anybody. I separate the art from the artist. This has been my take on it forever. So if you got a problem, you can come play for my team. You're the one putting together a list of saints and choir boys.
No, I just think if you gamble... Oh, man, I really am.
If you gamble...
I'm coming off very Bud Selig right now. This is not great.
I know.
Look what happened to Paul Giamatti's dad after he went...
the game! Okay, all right. Jeez.
Why did you give me the South Park voice? He took care jams. Jams.
Told you everything you need to know.
So, Steve Young, who's on KNBR.
How about that?
In San Francisco, I still have not seen anything official, whether Phillip Rivers will start on Sunday or whether it's going to be Riley Leonard out of Notre Dame. But Steve Young basically made a case on how Phillip Rivers could make the NFL look bad on Sunday.
I just can't fathom that he's going to play and something good will happen. I hope it's not. I just don't want him to get hurt. Awesome. I love it. I hope he does it. I hope he's phenomenal. Yeah. That'd be amazing. It'd be bad for the NFL. If he pulls it off, it does prove my point that the game is becoming so safe in some ways that it's not nearly as competitive. Yeah. Look, Joe Flacco's proving it for me. The league can't be that easy in a way, right? You can't show up 4 years from now and play great NFL football, or else maybe the NFL is not what we think it is. That's the point.
I don't want to do this. I promise we can get to this in a second. Tris Speaker got resigned as the Indians manager back in 1919 because he faced the allegations he was connected with Ty Cobb for fixing the 1919 World Series. That is the exact connection that Emmanuel Clase has, if there ever was.
Yeah, but it was 100
one.
years ago.
Yeah, there we go. I don't think I just found a needle in the haystack either, by the way.
Get
all
your
those guys
out of here.
All those guys. Problematic humans.
Because you named two?
You knew anyone that was good in like 1915 to 1927 in baseball, with the exception of Babe Ruth, all had
so we're giving
really big problems when it came to cheating on baseball.
Yeah, Babe Ruth just cheated everything else.
That's right.
Babe Ruth.
That's right.
Babe Ruth is the one guy that gets the Peterlin pass, coincidentally.
They all get the Peterlin pass.
Peterlin pass.
I don't run a fictional team of moral high ground. I just let everyone play.
You really picked my list apart.
If this is Field of Dreams, I just let everyone play. I don't run down the rap sheet in order to get there.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry about that.
No. Expertly done. I can't be mad. No, you took Omar from me. You took your speaker for me. I got nothing. No moral high ground.
All right, so Steve Young.
I understand Phillip Rivers is 44. I also understand that it looks like we got Fat Phil right now. He looked a little chunky.
He did. He very, very much did. When you're getting asked what your weight is at the press conference, you know that you got a little bit chunky.
Only thing I would say is
chunky.
He was 40, playing in the NFL, had pretty decent stats for a 40-year-old on what was not a great team. I don't even think this is similar to like Joe Flacco, who Joe was in the NFL, but consistently putting up really bad stats or just being really bad in like, is he the starter? Is he the backup? Is he the bridge guy kind of situations? And then in 2023 kind of found lightning in a bottle.
Well, and so this is going to come off in almost like a legendary tale of like, oh my gosh. Like you remember with Joe Flacco? It's like they got him when he was just off his couch. But if you actually understand the story of Joe Flacco, he'd been training and prepping for an opportunity for months on end. It just happened to be the Browns that ended up giving him that opportunity. Same thing's happening here. If you go and read any article in Indy, all they're talking about right now is that he was already running Colts plays with his kid's high school team. Like the condition was set for months that they were going to give him the call if they needed it. He'd been practicing their plays. He'd been running their plays. He had been prepping to be this.
How do you feel if you're Daniel Jones?
Well, I mean, it was with the idea that Daniel can get injured, and Daniel got injured, you know? And
certainly not that Daniel Jones, who sucked previously, could suck again.
You probably feel awful if you're Riley Leonard.
Yeah, no.
That's who you feel like. That's where it's like, well, that stinks.
Like unlike actual Notre Dame fans and Pete Bavacqua, he actually took it like a champ. He was like, I would have loved to see this the field, but hey, it's the NFL. And I'm like, wow, that's actually a clash from somebody that is involved with Notre Dame football.
When I saw the video, I thought to myself, he's got to be seething.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's
got to be seething.
That's your public stance. You lied in public so you can bitch in private.
So think about it, though. They told Phillip, essentially, if we have a playoff opportunity and Daniel Jones goes down, we don't trust Riley Leonard, a rookie quarterback, to win us any games.
Well, I mean,
the idea of a backup quarterback is you can go in there and probably win 50% of the games. Like you can enter and be serviceable. They just don't even believe in that.
What is he, a 6th-round pick, 7th-round pick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. I don't believe in Riley Leonard either.
It's tough. So it's tough because I think if it was like year 2, maybe you have a little more seasoning, maybe you give the kid run. I don't think Phillip Rivers walking into the NFL and looking good on Sunday makes the NFL look bad. Because I just think it makes Phillip Rivers look good, and I think it makes Shane Steichen look good. If it was Johnny Manziel, a guy we'd never see do anything in the NFL, And suddenly, Johnny was like, I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm ready to go. Jerry's going to sign me. Dak gets hurt, and then Johnny went in and just went full Johnny. That would look bad. A guy who's never done anything, never played at a high level, couldn't work hard enough, walking off his couch for that long? Yeah. Maybe. But a dude that was like a perennial Pro Bowl, Hall of Fame level talent, I don't think he'll get in, by the way, but like, at least it's a conversation.
I think he will. It'll take him like 10 years, but he'll get there.
I just don't think this is a bad look. If anything, I think it's a good thing for the NFL that I think it tells you that guys are taking care of themselves. Like, this isn't the same thing as like a guy in the 80s who took a crap kicking for 10 years and that ended his career or shortened his career like Joe Montana, and then 5 years later is coming out and he's looking better than Peyton Manning.
Yeah, I just think it would give... I don't know, it'd give life to a lot of different quarterbacks for thinking they can do this longer than they can. And really, all of this stems with old quarterbacks from Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Tom Brady at 45 being awesome gave the green light for Aaron Rodgers at 42 to think that he can still do this. And then it's given light to now Phillip Rivers, and it's given light to a lot of these guys that you have to be thinking you can do this for a long time. So I don't look at this as a bad thing for the NFL at all. If anything, I would just celebrate the idea that your arm isn't cooked. Some guys' arms genuinely do look spent, by the way. Mm-hmm. Like, it just is a thing. Like, like Drew Brees at the end of it looked like that was a water pistol that he had as an arm. Like, but other guys... It's like a jump shot in the NBA. Some of these guys, they just have it forever.
Well, and what I think is interesting about all of this is people have turned this into an indictment in the NFL's ability to develop quarterbacks. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like when we're growing up, there was maybe maybe half the league had passable quarterbacks. And now I think, like when we're talking about passable, I'm like, that guy's going to start 3 to 5 years, and maybe you have a playoff run in there. Like, there might only be 5 franchise quarterbacks in the NFL on any given time. But from 6 to 22, 23, I know we play a lot of musical chairs, certainly towards the back half of that. Those dudes are better than the dudes playing that same position 30 years ago, right?
Oh, for sure. I'm trying to figure out why is it when like a Max Brosmer gets in, he doesn't look like he's ever played the position at all before. He looks like it's just not even. I've never seen. Here's where I'll give some credence to maybe what Steve is trying to hint at. I've never seen a time period where it seems like the quarterbacks that absolutely cannot do it get displayed more often. That's probably just because of injuries.
Well, I also think
they get injured at a higher rate than ever.
So, yeah.
We're going through more quarterbacks at a higher rate than we ever have.
Well, but like with Brosmer, that's an undrafted free agent.
I know, but we go through 70 quarterbacks a year now. I know, but we used to not go through 70 quarterbacks a year. Now 70 quarterbacks legitimately see the field in any NFL season. And so I just wonder if we extend that out deeper is what that is.
Okay, I see. So we're extending out the bench, so we see more UFL.
We see more really bad ones that never would have appeared because the injury rate is so high, and the amount of quarterbacks we see in any season is just way high relative to what it used to be.
I think that's potentially part of it. I just think the bar's higher as well. There is a zero-sum thing where it's like, are you a top 10 quarterback? Cool, you suck. And I think that's the false narrative. And I know like that sometimes I'm a guy that perpetuates that. But I look at it and like I don't think there's ever been 32 starting caliber NFL quarterbacks truly in the NFL at any given time. But I think we're closer to that coming to fruition. Like one of the reasons why I'm comfortable by saying at some point I think you will be able to expand the league further is because I think quarterback development's gotten better. Now, do I think the NFL could do a better job? Yes. A NFL spring or a NFL G League where guys like Brosmer, where guys like little guy Dylan Gabriel playing, or like actually guys with talent, like those guys, or even like retreads like the Blaine Gabberts or the Blake Bortles, that probably would help. But I don't know. I'm jazzed. I don't think Phillip Rivers is going to do it. I think he's going to come out. That's a tough schedule. It's hard. He wasn't the most mobile guy in the world. The game's got even faster. But I don't see him having success this Sunday if he does play. I don't see it as some sort of indictment for him. I'm actually kind of excited for him.
I'm just rooting for him. I think it'd be an awesome story if he's great.
So Steve Young says it's a bad look for the NFL if Phillip Rivers plays well this Sunday. Do you agree? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ETHOS. Ethos.com/life.
2020 Sports by Scheiben Jewelers. Visit Scheiben Jewelers for holiday gifts, Swiss watch bands, world-leading jewelry designers, and Scheiben Jewelers handcrafted pieces. Shop Scheiben Jewelers in Strongsville or ScheibenJewelers.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show on a beautiful F-Off Friday, on a football Friday. We got a couple calls we're going to get to here real quick. Jim, you stick right there.
Oh, yeah, nothing says F-Off and Fun Friday like Jim in Strongsville.
All right, you're going to have to deal with that when you're going to gear him up and wonder why he's being mean to you. Our
vibe rabbit is going to be Jim in Strongsville, sure.
Want to say a big thanks to our callers today. Great stuff with Jason Pinkston at 3:20 today. He did not like the Hemi that Shador got. Some funny stuff with that. If that sounds suggestive, it's not. It's an award. And then, of course, Trevor Sikkema at 5:20. Great stuff with those two guests. If you missed a second of today's show, don't forget you can follow us. You can watch the whole show in any part you want. 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We do have a poll up on the YouTube channel as well about whether, on the chat side, whether Shador playing well and the Browns losing is, in fact, the best possible outcome for Sunday. I hate that you might think it is. So again, follow us there. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like the videos. And Jim in Strongsville, before we let you get your Phillip Rivers take off, I do want to ask you, is Shador playing well, but the Browns losing and maintaining draft position or bettering it, is that the best case scenario against the Bears?
No, I don't think so. Listen, I don't believe. I think the good organizations play to win all the time, and I don't know that draft order is necessarily going to help or hurt them in terms of unless they get up to the top 1 or 2, which is a long shot. And I think Shador's done enough that I don't think you reach for a quarterback unless you think there's somebody spectacular and special in this draft, which I don't think. But then again, I'm a moron when it comes to picking quarterbacks, so I have no idea. But no, I always think it's better to win than to play for draft order.
All right, well, because I like that so much, I will now ask you to go ahead and give your Phillip Rivers take.
No, I wanted to call you guys. Mostly I wanted to call you guys because, listen, PP is sticking. I love it. I think it's going to stick. I think it's one of the best nicknames out there. Although, given the segment earlier, maybe your nickname should be Poo Poo Jonathan. I'm not sure. But PP is here to stay, buddy. Listen, I've been there, man. I've been there, done that. You just grind through it, dude. You go into the restroom, you take your underwear off, you throw them in the trash can in the restroom, and you finish out your day going commando.
Jim,
I didn't realize you were a pro at
this.
That's
big of you to admit it. I admitted, said a story on the air as well. There's one person in this conversation that has not admitted a story.
And that is Mac Robinson.
No, that is not. That is Nick.
I can't make up a story that didn't exist.
Oh, you already admitted there's a story out there. You just don't want to tell it.
You do need to let some time pass before you tell the story. You can't be coming out of
3 hours ago.
Commando and being like, I've got no underwear on because I had an accident. But it's a funny story to tell later. Look, Jonathan, nothing wrong with it. I think you should have gone to work, though, and thrown your underwear away and just finished the day, buddy.
I was right outside of my apartment. That would have been really unnecessary. It would have been more work to go to work.
But no, PP's sticking around, and I love it. You guys are great. See, look, today's a good, happy Friday. I didn't really have a take. I just wanted to talk to you guys, see what was going on.
Oh, see, I like that.
Yeah. It's Friday. I'm getting ready to go drink myself into oblivion. It's going to be wonderful.
All right, Jim.
Enjoy your drinks.
See you on the other side, buddy.
Bye, Jim.
By the way, bad job out of Mac. That was his job, screening the call there.
He said that he thought that the entire Phillip Rivers argument was hogwash.
Yeah, he fooled you.
Yeah.
You didn't vet it.
Kudos.
Your job is to vet him. You got to be like, why is it hogwash? And then it falls apart.
And he was giving me reasons.
You're saying Jim wasn't married to the take?
I guess not, apparently. He divorced it when he went on the air.
We've known Jim long enough to know he is married to every take.
Yeah, here's the problem.
He loves the take.
I don't know that I believe you. I don't know you vetted it. I'm sure he said this thing's hogwash. I don't think you pushed him on it.
Not every. What do you expect? Every 40-year-old now is going to be able to come out and play?
And
then all of a sudden, because Joe Flacco has one good run, and then all of a sudden Phillip Rivers has a good run?
Doesn't sound like something Jim would say.
Totally not. Absolutely not.
Yeah. I just, hooray you didn't put Browns in the subject. It's a little inside baseball there. Mac is legit pissed. He was a little annoyed before, but now he's legit pissed. Let's go ahead and get to, in case you missed it. This is fun. We're having fun.
You guys and your beefs. You guys and your beefs.
You guys and your briefs.
I can't believe you wouldn't tell your story.
I don't have a story.
The guy that's like, oh, I'm so open and out there. I wouldn't tell a story.
Do I have to go douche myself so I can then tell a story?
You said you had a story, and then you said you didn't want to tell it.
Everybody has a...
You said you had
I
a story.
overtrusted that one. Everyone has one of those.
Well, tell that.
I just don't remember the exact time and the down and distance. I don't remember the deets on it.
Yeah, no, you never fudged any details on a story before. Ammed it up for the air.
That's not even a good joke. Why are you laughing?
That was a little funny. That was a little funny. That was a little funny.
Yeah?
Thanks, JP.
Yeah, that was a little funny. All right, Devontae Smith has a plan. He was on HBO. They've been covering all the different teams and everything like this, and this one popped up. You tell me if you think this is a good thing to do when the airplane is going down. Here we go.
Why do they make us put seatbelts on the plane? It's over with regardless. They be like, sir, can you buckle up for what? Yeah. It's over with. I'll be thinking about that, fam.
I think you should wait till the plane kind of gets low and try to jump off and land on your feet. Because either way, it's not going to end well. So go and test your luck and try to jump off and see what happens.
That's a take.
That's a take. It's a bold play.
That's called athletic hubris.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what part of his brain thought that was going to end well for him.
I don't think he was using his brain there.
Or did he just realize it was all going to end bad, and so that was the easiest way to do it in his brain?
Would it be like the most graceful way?
I mean,
so
I think the
instead
most
of going down
way,
with the ship, at least you had a story to tell in the afterlife?
Isn't it just easy just to kind of sit back and just say, all right, I guess we're done here?
By the way,
hope that a loss situation happens.
Not every plane that goes down actually ends with everybody dying, and the people that usually die are the people that didn't have their seats buckled.
Yeah, emergency landings are a thing.
Yeah.
You have a much greater chance of living and surviving, riding it out, than you do jumping out and then trying to make that one work. Because you're instantly dying if you jump out of the plane. At any level without a parachute, you are instantly dying.
There's been plenty of plane crashes where people actually do survive. That's what's crazy. The idea that he's like it's a 100% mortality rate, blows up in the sky. Yes, you are dead, but the seatbelt wasn't going to matter no matter what. There have times, like you said, emergency landing. There have been point-blank plane crashes where people have survived. Devontae Smith might be an idiot. I don't like saying that kind of thing about that guy. That's somebody who just, I don't know, man. Go down a Google rabbit hole one day. You're going to have a whole bunch of new information.
I think you're right, though. I think this is athlete hubris is what this is. This is, I'm an athlete. My body will survive. I know it because his body's it's never failed him before.
I jumped over a car driving at me at 20 miles an hour. I can do anything. You can't. And by the way, we don't nearly post enough of the videos of those that don't go wrong because it goes wrong a hell of a lot more than it goes right.
Well, we post those too. It is the internet these days.
That's true.
If you miss, it's actually a better video than when you make it.
I just hate it. I hate watching people do clearly incredibly stupid things. And I would like today, when the girls wake up, we'll either listen to a song or we just kind of gently wake up. For the 20s, the 15-year-old's like, you can leave now, old man. Let the dog out. I'm good. But the 12-year-olds have kind of a soft, hey, let's wake up together, right? Mm-hmm. And today, Izzy asked to watch some reels. The third one in, it's just kids getting knocked in the head or their dad's accidentally kicking them. And I was like, I got 3 of those clips in. I'm like, we're not doing this. I don't like this. I don't know why people, if it's a grown man getting hit in the business, that's funny. That will never not be funny. But this guy fell and look at how he landed on his neck. I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to see that.
Yeah, I don't need to see anyone who landed on their neck. No. I do like failed attempts, though.
No. I just feel bad for the person. I think I'm getting soft in my old age. I really am. These are the kind of things that 20 years ago in college when, what was that, Faces of Death or...
Oh, yeah, Faces of Death, where everyone dies. I never watched that.
Yeah, no.
I had no interest in watching that.
No, I watched enough of that. And then never again. Never again. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man of the YouTube channel. Make sure to, again.
It doesn't get any lower than that, does it?
Yes. Of course, if you haven't subscribed to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, do so now. And like our video from today if you can. Big thanks to Katie Pollock. Did we have anybody else on the show? I don't remember.
Pinkston?
No?
Trevor Sikkema?
No, I already said thank you to them.
Matt Corrali for like a second?
Matt Corrali!
Maybe
I'm going to take you out back and I'm going to give you a what over.
I don't know. That's all I got.
Hey, girl, what it do? It's your boy, Matty Nice.
Matty Nice? That should stay. I do like him being Matty Nice. I like that.
Hey, Slugger. I see him right up there.
Oh, no, he's laughing too hard at the
We're going to have a cerveza. We're going to see where the evening goes. All right.
Okay, he enjoys it a little too much.
I know. I think that's Mac. I think that's the high-pitched laugh you're hearing. I don't mean to do it. I'm sorry, Mac. You're my boy, Mac.
Straightened up so quick. He went from having a great time, a big and rich kind of time, to then just that.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Heisman Trophy will be announced on Saturday night, and the 4 finalists are Fernando Mendoza, Diego Pavia, Jeremiah Love, and Julian Sayin. Mendoza is expected to win the award, and his rise in college football has been unbelievable. Who would have thought Mendoza would